Hey, people that's joining. Do y'all think we're about to get something today? Y'all, I didn't think I was going to be going live today because it really seemed like nothing was going to pop off, but we got a seal. Hey, everybody. I'm so happy to be live with y'all because y'all have distracted me from going back and forth with people on Twitter about Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lane. Let me tell y'all something. I just read a reply to me that said, Tory Lanez lost his mother at 11. He preyed on Megan because they both lost their mothers. His loss was not the same as Megan. Y'all, how are you going to say one person losing their mom is not the same as another person losing their mother? Child, I'm sorry. Hey, everybody. I see y'all. Miss Fabulous J, I said, you know what? I'm sorry that I even said something on Twitter because I forget what type of space it is. How are you going to? Here's my thing, y'all. I don't know enough about Tory and Megan's case, Tory's case, to make a have an opinion about the case. My, well, like a detailed opinion, right? But I will say that from what I've seen in the media, it seems like she didn't really know who shot her. That's what it seems like. I don't know that to be true, but that's what I've gathered. What was suspicious to me is giving her best friend immunity. Giving the best friend immunity was like a red flag because what does she need immunity from? Why did she need that in order to testify, right? So, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen, y'all. Hey, everybody that's joining. So, that was a red flag to me. Another thing that struck me, that made me look at Megan different is sleeping with her friends, dude. Whether it was a situationship, whatever, I'm calling your character out. I'm calling your character out because one thing about me, I don't date behind my friends. I don't date in circles. That's something I just don't want to do. And as an adult, if I know somebody that you've dated, it's a no for me. Hey, everybody. They both had Lanique. I really think those ladies were probably under the influence, and Megan doesn't really know who did it. Mo Archie. I can't say y'all. I thought they said Tori is in jail for possession of the weapon or something like that. But probably these people like, oh, he shot her. I don't know that to be true. And I would love, hey everybody, yeah, I don't know why Nuts family is at court today. I don't think Tori did it. I just don't know. I don't know enough about the case, but people were saying it's fragments. But all of this discourse makes me want to take a deep dive into the case. I'm Megan. I think Kelsey did it as well. I don't think. Honestly, I don't think Kelsey intentionally did anything. I think they were probably scuffling, and the gun went off, and maybe it was an accident. But they were too deep into the lie to change it. Kellen, I want to watch it. Oh, Kellen, I want to watch the documentary so bad, y'all. But let me tell you, once maybe I don't know, maybe I should watch it, but I have formed an opinion of her. I thought Megan, when after she was shot, we start seeing all of these protect black women stretches. I honestly feel like she won her Grammy because of I felt like it was she went on a sympathy tour. I felt like it went I think she went on a sympathy tour. And I just wasn't rocking with that, especially like you kind of hearing all of these details like you were it was a really it sounds like it was really messy between her, Tori, and Kelsey. It got really messy and I didn't like that. I didn't like that. So I don't know. The witnesses, two witnesses are D now. Oh, Ariel, I don't know about that girl. Hold on, y'all, just a second. Archie, what are you trying to get, girl? Hey, everybody that's joining. Y'all, we didn't miss anything. We don't even know if anything's popping off today. Yeah, Isis, the whole situation is messy. The whole situation is messy. I feel bad for Megan because I mean her mom is not here to like help guide her. And I acknowledge the fact that when you lose your mom, it does change things in you, right? But you don't, well, some people lose everything after losing a parent. I don't know. I just don't see how you fall into the arms of someone your friend is dating. So that's all. I don't see how you fall into the arms of it's just too messy, y'all. It's too messy. And I saw a tweet today because Megan said, what she say, Miss Fabulous J? She said he was always catching her when she was drunk out of her mind. And from that, people took that he assaulted her. I said, y'all just don't want to believe that Tori got Meg. That's what it is. Y'all just don't want to believe it. But it happened. Hell, it happens to the best of us. I'm sure some of us got some people we done did something with, and you like, ugh, I will never speak it. Baby, it's people I can't remember, okay? It happens. Yes. Isis, I believe so too. No, the Carlos, I haven't heard that. Done. I think you missing it, done. We are not even talking about him shooting her. I don't think he did it. I really always felt like Kelsey did it. That's why Kelsey got the immunity deal. Maybe Tori, so I'm gonna tell y'all something. Sometimes people take this no snitching stuff too serious. And maybe that's what he thought he was doing. I don't know. I wasn't there, y'all. I'm specifically speaking about the clip that I saw today. I told y'all I don't know enough about the case to go into, oh, Tori shot her, he didn't. I gave my opinion on what I thought happened, but I'm specifically talking about the lying about sleeping with Tori. Don't be nervous. People, Sharonda. Don't speak to me. Hold on, y'all. Don't speak to me, Sharonda. That's how I feel too, friend. Let me see if they in there. Don't speak to me. That's exactly how. That's how I feel too. Do not speak to me. Don't do it. I just got live, y'all. I just went live. I kind of feel like I don't know. I can just imagine them being really drunk, and people say that I don't know. People say that Megan's an angry drunk. I can see them being drunk, mad, embarrassed from the situation they say happened at the Jenner's home, and them getting into it bad because Tori dropped that bombshell in the car. He dropped that bombshell in the car, and that probably set it off. Hold on, y'all. Let me go back. I see the cameras. Let me get back on the screen. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Oh yeah, I just went live. I have been on Twitter looking at hey Jan. I've been on Twitter just kind of looking at what was going on, and people started tweeting me about a tweet that I made about the Megan stuff. And I was like, listen, I do want to take a deep dive in the case though. I'd love to Doug's family just entered the courtroom. Let me go look and see if I see that, y'all. Let me see if I see that Thugger Daily tweet. Oh, yep. They say Young Thug's family has entered the courtroom. Now let me tell y'all about my friend I was telling y'all about. I did not check my TikTok when I was on live, but she did come back and tell me only 2 plea deals today before court started. I just had to make sure I say that my girl, she did come through again with the information. Oh yeah, you're right. Our friend, she did, y'all. I went back and checked when I got off live, and she came in there. She said, I do, Blake. I thought I gotta cut him on, Blake. She came back and she had told me, she said, only 2 plea deals today. And I said, well, I be damned. It was 2 plea deals yesterday. So she knew. Yeah, we don't know what's about to happen with Thug, but what I don't follow Dolly. What she tweet, Miss Fabulous J? Did you share it? Please like the live, guys. And I thank y'all so much. I have definitely, these likes, the lives, the shares, the commenting, I have definitely felt the love. I looked at my analytics today. I am over 100,000 views on YouTube. That might seem small to people, but y'all know I look at this like my real channel, right? It's on BT. Hold up, y'all. Maybe they're about to start. I'm gonna let Atlanta News first go, y'all, so y'all don't have these commercials. I was trying to go to Atlanta News first. As soon as their cameras start, I'm gonna swap it over, y'all. But yes, I appreciate y'all so much, and thank everybody. Did you see the thing I sent you on Insta about Dolph? Let me look. Oh, Dora. No, Dora is not Dolly. They two different people. Please hit the like for me. Okay, let me go over here. But I tried to find her page earlier because I was like, hey, what's going on? Let me find her from my likes. Oh, she posted praying hands. Oh, okay. I hope he about to come home. Thank you, Cynthia. That is his sister, Miss Fabulous J. You know, it's like 10 of them, though. Dolly is shorter than Dora. Okay, y'all. Y'all, let me tell y'all. Okay, let's see. Oh, Jasmine just looking for me. Tell her I'm on YouTube. Jasmine, if you in here, friend, I just tweeted you back. Hi, Dora. That's her name, but I don't see it. Y'all, if Thug Please out today, what the hell do y'all think that means for Thug and Yak? I think they don't want to go forward with just them two. I think there's a situation where holding out's going to give them the best deal. Okay, let me see. Because I saw somebody like it. I think everybody's nerves are bad, like they're on trial. I think everybody's nerves, y'all, but I think there's a situation where the state has to just give in. Y'all, there's no excuse. You took Mr. Huey, 3 life sentences plus 100 years down to 9, and then the rest on probation. There is a scenario where you let those boys go at this point. I'm like them. Don't come playing with us because y'all want to save face. Mm-mm. Don't come playing with us. They want to save face, y'all. That's all it at this point. That's all it's about. That's all it's about at this point. And suspended 5. There, did y'all hear Huey's charges? Come on, man. Did you hear his charges? Even Paige said it. God bless you. And if you come back in my courtroom, it's not going to be pretty. Paige said, Paige, you know that boy's supposed to be under the jail. So if you guys will let him out, there is a plea for those two as well. Come on now. Yes, mute. I actually saved it mute. I actually saved, I mean, not saved it. I shared Thug's sister post. And yeah, I don't know if y'all were on my live. We got action. Sorry. Yeah, I'm finna swap real quick. I'm stopping y'all. I'm swapping.
Agreement, but have reached an impasse and that it is Mr. Williams' desire to enter a non-negotiated plea. Is that correct?
What's a non-negotiated plea? What the hell is that? Oh, is he thinking
Am I
about it?
misinformed? Right.
Damn, he thinking about it right now. Damn. I got to go to law school so I can help us out when stuff like this come up, y'all.
All right, we can recess.
I love you, Kaylin. Thank you. It's a blind plea. Let me hop on because I'm gonna see if somebody says something that can help us out, friends. Yo. A blind plea with Paige. Oh, okay. I'm seeing what y'all saying. Y'all are saying it to be a blind plea, and Paige will have to accept it. I don't trust Paige ass. I don't trust her. Y'all know my auntie. She a bankruptcy lawyer, baby. But and my mama said if it ain't about bankruptcy, don't call her. Now I'm gonna tell you, she know personal injury too. Child, let me just call her, y'all. Y'all, let me just call her to see if she can help me understand that. My auntie know that. That's law school. My auntie know that part because I don't want to call Kayla. I'm sure she's probably working. I don't want to call her. Hold on, y'all. Let me call my auntie. I don't trust Paige, y'all. I don't trust Paige. I don't trust her. I don't trust her as far as I can see her. Oh, Sheila. Oh, Sheila. Sheila, I have a question. Are you watching the Young Thug trial right now? What? Are you looking at Lead? Y'all, my auntie, she be watching Lead, y'all. Sheila, what is the blind plea? The blind plea. Oh, that's what they saying in my chat. My auntie said, who said something about a blind plea? Well, what about the non-negotiated plea? Do you know what that is? You didn't hear? Oh, you ain't watching her, Sheila, y'all. They haven't even showed court starting. It started already. Sheila. Sheila. Y'all, Sheila, they laughing at you in my chat right there. They talking about Sheila like, hello. We need to know what that is. They said it means the judge can give you anything she wants. Nobody. That's why I called you. I said, let me call a lawyer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hold on, y'all. Let me, Sheila, I'm put you on speaker. Say it one more time. Y'all heard my auntie. My auntie said, hold up. But she said the same thing y'all saying, y'all. She said if he take the blind plea, you putting it in the judge's hand. Child. How do you feel about them putting it in Paige hands, on Sheila?
Well, which one is doing that?
Young Thug. What? They said I told them you were a bankruptcy lawyer. They said Sheila said, baby, I do bankruptcy.
I do.
She said I do.
And I'm not sure why Brian Steele would do a blind plea.
Mm.
So I guess we need to watch to find out what's really going on because I can't guess.
Sheila, what you doing with Paige?
I
already know it.
With what's his name?
Montunk. See?
Yeah, I wouldn't trust her.
Sheila, say his name though. Say his name. What were you about to say?
I don't know his name. Montunk.
Y'all, she from South Memphis. Not Monk. What you say?
Say his name.
Wait a minute. Montunk.
Montunk. Okay, well, see.
No, it's Montunk.
Oh, Montunk. Whatever, girl. I've never heard anyone pronounce his name.
Wait, Sheila, they said you said man too.
I don't know his name.
Oh, okay, Sheila. So it's a no. I wouldn't trust Paige either.
No, I wouldn't. That's gotta be interesting.
Oh God. Okay. You so yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call you back. That's all I wanted.
Okay.
All right. Love you. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Y'all should hear my auntie say Maine. I promise she grew up in South Memphis. Y'all gotta hear her say Maine, Lord. Oh my God, it sounds worse than the monk tongue. She just said. It's too much of a gamble with Paige, baby. It's too much of a gamble with me. What I missed? You didn't miss anything, Sherry. We're trying to figure out what's gonna happen. Thug, y'all. It's the fact that we get in here. Oh, I sounded Memphis. We get in here to take a plea. And Thug over there like, I don't know. That's scary. I think he's going to continue with trial. I think I don't trust Paige enough to put my life in her hands. I didn't trust Glanville. Yeah. No, Thug looks very uneasy. You are right. Is this saying? You're right. Yeah, Thug can deny the plea. She didn't do good with the other pleas. She took them. Well, y'all know what? I guess she could have rejected him. So, Nay, I get what you're saying. Hey, Key. Yeah, his life being up to Paige. I don't like. No. No, I don't trust it. I think he needs to just keep going. I mean, and it's not our decision. It's not our decision. I know he wants out of jail, but how do you explain to the jury that 3 people have taken pleas? Not only that, y'all know the jury not there today. Where y'all think the jury at? Where y'all think the jury at right now? The jury heard the time y'all gave Huey. I'm going to keep using him an example. The jury heard y'all dismiss 6 of Nichols' charges. Yeah, no. Brianna, do you hear me? Period. What y'all think the jury thinking? They pled out somebody who was facing 3 life sentences plus 100 years. He'll be out in 9. He's already done 4. He'll be out in less than 9 years now. Y'all dropped a whole murder charge on someone who's been sitting in court for 150 days on murder. They don't take them seriously. Renee, I do got my wine in here somewhere, girl. They listening, yes. She watched them give up all them murders, I believe. Okay, DeCarlos. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's the big fish saying, catch me. That's a change of events, baby. I feel like I do need a little tequila. I got a call. Go, Unique, go take that call, friend. She switches up a lot, Kiara. I agree. Okay, thank you, Carter's mom. Hey, Jaleesa. Cara says she's sipping now. I know that's right. Y'all love having the Carlos here too, because y'all know I don't know much about the prison system. The Carlos has told us, which was at some point, the Carlos, we're gonna have to talk about it. But the Carlos can help us out. Bring me some back from the liquor store, Nene. Stevie, that's the problem, Stevie. We trust Brian Steele, we trust Stug, but we don't trust Paige. We don't trust Paige. That is the problem. We don't trust Paige. Y'all got the bubble goods. Child. I can feel a sense of anxiety. Just because, but I trust Brian Steele, and I trust Brian Steele is going to make the best decision. I know for a fact they want to make Thug a felon when he leaves this courthouse, which is not right in my opinion. Ariel, say that. And this is the problem. Bruce Harvey was trying to, this is why he said they needed a mistrial. There's no way Paige could know everything that has transpired in this case. No way. Steele and Adams. They said the sheriff in the courtroom is in the courtroom, and it's high emotions. I could see that. It ain't Thug or Steele and Adams. Shady Page. I don't trust Shady Page, baby. Start. But it's not Brian's decision. Yeah, we know that. And that's the thing that y'all see how they looked at Thug like, what do you want to do? Because he wasn't moving. She heard the bad, but the good outweighs the bad. On Halloween too. Brittany, I don't think she will. I don't think she will, Brittany, because she was of the mind that it wasn't that bad. They could just give an instruction. But like Miss Westmoreland said, how many mistakes is it going to take for you to see? We can't keep unringing the bell, is what Miss Westmoreland said. She said we can't unring the bell 100 times, and she's correct. Yep. It's Thug, or because they really haven't proven any charges against the Jada. I'm not like some Thug super fan. I like Thug's music, but I'm not a super fan, right? I also have tried throughout this case to kind of make sure I look at the evidence, because y'all know I always say the jury is filled with reasonable people. The state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? What I have seen, Jada, I have not seen that Thug has forced, or it says his gang charge says that he's the manager or the supervisor, or I believe there's one more word they use. I haven't seen that any type of organization in this alleged YSL gang. Could they be a gang? Probably so. There's not a crime. It's not unlawful to be in a gang, right? The problem is committing crimes in the name of the gang and furtherance of the gang, to build the notoriety of the gang. So that's a crime, right? I have not seen, as far as these hardcore crimes are concerned, him being the mastermind. So that is why I feel how I feel. It's not Thug. That's why I feel how I feel. I just feel like, trying to put him at the epicenter of all of this is a reach. He probably knew they was doing it, but to say he was telling Huey to rob his own producer, that's one of the overt acts. Do you really think Thug would have called him and said, take that back, if he told him to do it? So that's how I feel about it, Jada. Paige the type to give the harshest punishment she can. Yep. If he's not walking free, I just don't understand the deal. Hey, Rosalind. He looked like he was very uneasy, Tyler. My daughter was last night. It was midnight, y'all. And I was, as a parent, praying like, girl, stay in the house. But they were, it's homecoming week at Jackson. They went to the concert. And she was like, she just kept torn with it. I told her, follow your first mind. If your mind say don't go, stay where you are. And I feel like that with Thug. He needs to follow his first mind. If it doesn't feel right, don't do it. Hey, Shanika. Yep, Talia, that's correct. Melissa, I saw that. I saw his sister post they were in court today. I love that too. But like Doug Weinstein said, they're friends now. They're family, right? So I could see her still being there. But let me tell you, that evidence, Thug texting Quay about Lucci would have been damning, but do they still get to use it now that Quay has taken his plea? I'm not sure what happens to this case now that everyone has taken pleas. Brianna, it looks like it wasn't sitting right in Thug spirit either. He hasn't done anything. Hey, Angel. Teresa, now that I don't know. I don't know, Teresa. Get her dinner date quickly. She Brianna, that dinner date was last week, baby. Thug looks genuinely like, I don't know, he doesn't look like he's at ease. I would love for him to be at ease with his decision. You know, he's lost a lot sitting behind these bars for 2 years. Ava says she says don't do it. Uniqua, I may be at Jackson. I'm still trying to see y'all. You know, I gotta find this dog a babysitter again. I'm tired of it. I probably will take her to the they sent me some places in Memphis. I just get nervous leaving my dog with people I don't know. Barchi is not easy, y'all. In fairness, Paige not be that bad because she could have gave him to way more than 5 years. Yeah. She could have given him 5 years, but she also could have understood his situation. So I'm not gonna praise Paige for the 5-year situation. And I'm gonna say this: he honestly looked like he believed what he was told. I think the state really did tell him his lawyer's fault was not getting it in writing. I think they really told him, oh, you can agree to it. We'll change it. You can get on the stand and say your piece about it. That's my problem. Paige knows that some stuff was changed. That's my problem with Paige. Talking about, oh, take the court more seriously. The state doesn't take your court seriously. She just, yeah. I that's my only thing with Paige. I'm telling you, Monsoon genuinely looked confused on the stand. And he was just trying to explain why he said what he said. That's it. And then remember, leading up into this trial, they said they may not even call him as a witness. But Woody cut up so bad on that damn stand. They were trying to regroup. Yep. Oh, Kayla, I looked them up last week when I thought I had to leave her. I might have somebody for her, but we're going to see. Yeah, Nay. I got what you're saying, Nay, but I'm saying, like, she really could have understood what happened with Montunk. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that his attorney failed him, and the man was trying his best to cooperate on the stand. He really was. He really was trying. Jan, that's what I would like to know. Hey, Denisha. He was trying to cooperate on this stand. Like, you could tell from his testimony. They were putting words in his mouth. Like but I knew it. I knew what was going to come when that lady started saying, okay, and what's wrong with number 3? Oh, take your time. Miss Love I knew what she was doing when she was doing that. He really didn't understand that agreement. Hey, Seven. Yes, y'all, he did not understand that agreement. And Paige knows it. That's my issue with Paige. Oh, you really need to take this more serious. I felt like he was taking this as serious as he could have. Do you know how hard it is? He done took this plea, signed the factual acknowledgments, Then he got to face them. What he tell Miss Love? I'm not scared of you or them. He said, I love them boys. So, yeah. Miss Love was definitely antagonizing him reading those factual acknowledgments. It was very hard to watch. It was very hard to watch because I thought she was being very purposely nasty to him. And you know how people who think they're smarter than you, how they'll try to belittle you? I felt like that's what she was doing on the stand with Moton. Yep, I believe it. I believe it, Kelly. Had moments of frustration. And even, you know what? Hold on, let me find the comment because Moton had moments of frustration. Listen, he had moments of frustration, and even when he had an outburst, he still apologized to Miss Love. Told her several times, I'm not trying to go back and forth with you. He's just trying to get on the stand. They told him he'd be up there one day. Couple hours, I think they said. That man was on that stand 4 days. Then they brought his attorney up there. Like, it's been a shit show. She had to prove a point. They couldn't do anything to Woody. So they took it out on Moton. Woody left them shook. Woody left them shook. I don't know, Brianna. We're going to have to see. I'm not sure. Brianna, the way this is looking, I don't think we're getting a plea today. I don't think we're getting a plea today, y'all. Oh, Brianna, it was 3 hours? Hold on, y'all. Three hours is insane. I knew it was crazy. Let me tell you something. Woody turned Simone Hilton every which way but loose, okay? Woody turned her out. Woody caused Judge Glanville to get recused from the case. Y'all, Woody was definitely the turning point. I didn't really watch that much before Woody. I watched a few, maybe 2 or 3 weeks before Woody. So I've seen, and I have gone back. I've watched Tick. I've seen DK's testimony, but Woody, baby, Woody was the turning point. They have been going downhill ever since. Woody did. He changed his case, and then they gave him immunity. They had to regroup. Y'all remember, Meg Sharp said, when Mr. Sledge gets up here, I think we're going to have some Brady issues. Do y'all remember that? Y'all remember Bruce Harvey saying, you mean to tell me y'all went and took notes and y'all don't have any? Bruce Harvey knew. Tick and Woody is neck for neck for me. You know what? I don't think so. I think, sorry, y'all. When I watched Tick testimony, I think Tick was trying his best to answer questions too. He was running circles around Miss Love, but he genuinely was looking confused. Woody was outright. They were handling Woody as a hostile witness. He should have been. Tick actually looked like he was trying to. Kiara, I saw somebody on Twitter say they don't think still has the footage, but maybe an attorney that says they gave the footage to someone and it got lost. Yes, y'all, Tick walked so Woody could run. No, that's serious. Tick was probably one of my favorite witnesses. Favorite in the aspect. Tick was quick on his feet. He is the personification of, I might not be book smart, may not finish school, but that boy's intelligent. He was running circles around Miss Love. Tick ran circles around Miss Love. Oh my God. Tick, that boy had a comeback for everything. He is quick on his feet. And let me tell y'all, Tick is who told me, I'm never dating a man from Atlanta. You mentioned Cleveland Avenue and you blocked. Who got time to play with somebody who can run circles around you like Tick? Child. Never. They put their psh, never. I'm never playing. I'm blocked. Y'all, Tick was, when I tell you, Tick was so quick on his damn feet. Y'all got to go back and watch Tick. Tick was like day 14 or 16, somewhere up in there. Listen, Tick is, let me tell you something. Tick had an answer every time Miss Love asked him something. Yes, Didi. Didi. Yes, Maya. We can watch Tick again, friend. I love Tick's testimony. Tick, Nay, I did see Tick. I said I would love to talk to Tick. Like, if I'm in Atlanta, I would love to, like, y'all know I'm really trying to do more interviews, but like in person, I would love to do a more like in-person interview with Tick. His story sounds really interesting to me. Y'all think Tick looked slow? I didn't think Tick looked slow. I think he looked, if the plan was for Tick to look like he was down bad, I think he did good. But at some point, he got his hair cut, he put on a nice shirt or something like that. I think some of this may have been strategy, guys. Some type. Hold up. Play down. Thug his attorney help. Tick, let me tell y'all something. Y'all saw Bruce Harvey. I told y'all Bruce Harvey said their strategy was to sit in the back, right? And just not say anything. D. Williams, I saw her on her TikTok say something about the person saying how she never talks. Apparently, that was a strategy too. If it could have very easily been a strategy for Tick to come in there like he was down bad. I'm just trying to get my life together because where the hell is the money? Where's the money from this enterprise? I don't know, y'all. I'm just saying. Listen.
All right. Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, Mr. Williams, where are we? Ready to go forward? All right. Y'all coming up here to the podium.
It's been a long fucking time coming, Thug. Yeah, now I'm nervous.
All right, Sergeant, can you swear in Mr. Williams?
Jeffrey Williams, Jeffrey Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number, Your Honor?
Lord,
yes.
She doing this shit on purpose.
Actually, have we all signed the indictment, or are we going to do that afterwards? Because I don't have a copy of it.
Miss Love doing it on purpose.
Don't know the answer to that.
I don't believe that we have.
We have not signed the indictment.
Okay, probably be a good idea to do that.
Does anyone have a copy? You don't? Okay.
Where's the one we were using yesterday? We'll do that in just a minute. You can go ahead with the colloquy.
She doing this
And
on
Your Honor, we
purpose
have
to get on the
waiver
brown skin.
as well. I believe that the court had one.
I've got blanks. Y'all filled one out, right?
We have.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, are you the same Jeffrey Williams indicted in case number 22SC1833572?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also known as Young Thug?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No.
How old are you?
33.
And how far have you gone in school?
9.
Say that one more time.
9.
Okay. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses? Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, participation in criminal street gang activity, the leadership charge, participation in criminal street gang activity, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 3 counts, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a machine gun. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right.
Still ain't nervous, babe.
And do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will continue to receive a jury trial?
Yes.
And have you received this waiver of rights form that I hold in my hand from your attorney and reviewed it with your attorney?
Yes.
All right. And is this your signature on the bottom of this form?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in indictment 22 SC 183-572, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need additional time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
No.
Are you satisfied with their services?
Yes.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, do you on behalf of Mr. Williams waive a formal reading of this indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. We do.
And do you, Mr. Williams, waive any and all defects in this indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you or your attorneys know of any outstanding warrants related to these charges?
Any what?
Outstanding warrants related to any of the charges in the indictment?
No,
No.
I don't believe so either, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm unaware of any as well, Your Honor.
I am as well.
Thank you. Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each of the crimes that you are charged with?
Yes.
And each of the charges that you are pleading guilty to?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the charges that Mr. Williams faces, count 1
She nervous.
carries a minimum charge of 5 years and a maximum charge of 20 years in prison, or up to a $25,000 fine, or both.
Isn't it a $15,000 fine, because wasn't it the version of the statute in effect at the time, or was that the same for RICO? Was RICO 25?
Yes,
Back-
RICO was
okay.
25.
All right, thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
page correcting her.
Count 56 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison, a maximum of 20 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence, with a fine of $10,000 to $15,000, or both.
Okay.
Count 57 carries a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison and a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Count 58 carries a minimum sentence of 1 and a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Count 59 carries a sentence range of 5 to 30 years in prison. Count 60 carries a sentence.
Hang on, slow down just a second. All right, and that's for the amount of that drug that was found on 59, 5 to 30?
That's as a result of the charge itself, I believe, with intent to distribute.
I think that 59, Your Honor, is
Uh-huh.
simple possession of cocaine. I have to look at the indictment to be
I
sure.
think that's 60.
Okay.
Let me look.
Okay.
Yeah, this is too much. Hold up. I think they charged him though. It was other people at the house. I think this is
59 is
from this search,
codeine
y'all.
and
Yes,
60 is cocaine.
yes.
Yeah, how she mess up the plea?
Your Honor, it is with the intent to distribute. So my reading of the statute is that it carries the range of 5 to 30.
Okay.
And Your Honor, also, as I have the indictment in my hand from Ms. Rosser, may I pass it to counsel for Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Miss Fabergé, we ain't got to that part yet. She just reading what he was charged with.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll permit time for
ahead.
them to, okay. Count 60 carries a range of 1 to 5 years in prison. Count 61 carries a mandatory 5 years consecutive to the underlying felony. Count 62 carries a sentence of 10 years consecutive for a total maximum exposure of 120 years in prison. Were you aware of that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole or the Department of Corrections or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that if you are sentenced to confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections, no one can guarantee parole?
You can say yes.
Well,
She asked you, you gotta say that.
Oh,
you
yes,
guarantee
ma'am.
parole.
Your Honor, may I allow Mr. Williams time to finish signing the indictment?
Okay.
I don't know, y'all. He might get some time. Maybe he'll be out in a year, 18 months. You know what, Star? I can't be laughing with you right now. I think Thug gonna get some time. 120 years. But I'm gonna say this. It's always gonna be the best deal for the defendant. And maybe Thug tired, maybe his family, his kids. Like, let's finish this.
Your Honor, with permission, may I approach with a member of Mr. Williams' team?
You may.
But why is Love sounding nervous? Have y'all noticed that? Her voice is cracking. Yeah, you're right. Lil Quay had 3 life sentences plus 100 years. It wasn't life if Quay life sentence. You're right, Jaslyn. And he got 9. Y'all right. Oh, no, y'all. Oh, please don't take this as y'all think he just gonna pay fines. I'm thinking like, the other Quay, he got his time and I think he got like probably 8 months, 8 or 9 months before he can do parole because she was reading parole. That's what made me say that. All they wanted was money. Yeah, I've heard that, y'all. Okay, 7. Let me get my phone. That's why I was saying that y'all think he's gonna pay fines. Okay, listen, I'm here for it. It's her reading the parole, y'all, that made me say, okay, he must about to get some time. Not a lot of time, but he about to get some time. Okay, hold up, y'all. 7, what you inbox me on? Five to 10 was fine. Okay. Y'all, let's see. I know it's gonna be the best deal. I know Brian still wouldn't give him no crazy deal. So I do know that.
Mr. Williams, do you understand that this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty, and that since your guilty plea is a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, the state is making a recommendation of sentencing to the court? notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea. You understand that, Mr. Williams? Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 on probation.
What?
Subject to the special requirements of 1654, the gang statute.
45 years, Adrian
All
Love.
right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is recommending on count 1, 5 years to serve. Count 56, 20 years to serve consecutively to count 1. Count 57, 5 years of probation to serve consecutively to count 56. Count 58, 10 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57. Count 59, 5 years of probation to serve concurrently with count 57 and 58. Count 60, 5 years of probation concurrent with count 57, 58, and 59. Count 61, 5 years of probation consecutive to count 57. And count 62, 10 years of probation consecutive to count 61.
But y'all gave Nichols 9?
Mr. Williams, did you discuss the state's previous offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right, and so we're all clear that we're talking about the same thing. Can you put what the state's previous offer was on the record for me, please?
I can, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years with 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Was that the entirety of
No.
what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor.
I mean, I know
still
there were
reading.
special conditions, so y'all were
There
going to
are.
null pros,
We,
what,
yeah,
1
yeah.
and 62?
Yes, as part
Okay.
of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay, and then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded. And what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was
The
going to
total-
follow the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation with the first within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
All right, so as long as he had successfully completed his 15 years of probation, the 23 years that was going to follow it was going to be commuted to time served as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the special, would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the length of sentence and what y'all had. I mean, I know you didn't reach agreement, but y'all, that's what the last offer had been with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hang up was. I don't know.
Right. Defendant did not want to agree to the special conditions.
All right. Is that basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your
Steele
Honor.
and
It would
Mr.
have been,
Adams?
yes, Your Honor, Mr. Williams would have been released today for 15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation as well as 23 years, as the court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we
Okay.
could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting upon.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you aware of that previous offer as well as all of the requirements that that offer would have entailed?
Yes.
And had you had enough time to discuss that particular offer with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right.
The previous one?
The previous
Yes.
offer.
Yes.
Do you understand that the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than that recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge in this indictment? Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter into a non-negotiated plea, you do not have a right to withdraw your plea once the sentence has been announced?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction, as well as in other jurisdictions, including in the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
I'm not on probation.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you're not on
if you
probation.
were on probation,
Yes, yes.
but if you're not, then it doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind by this court, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probations without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence the court imposes?
Yes, I know.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, and the Department of Corrections or Board of Pardons and Paroles, and that no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, the right to hold public office, the right to serve on a jury, the right to obtain a passport, the right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or if you use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of up to 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you would have the right to that if you continued at trial, rather, you would continue to have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself? Do you understand all of those things?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? The right to a trial by jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to continued assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the continued trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you understand?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count 1, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in a criminal street gang activity as being a leader or a supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court under nolo contendere. The balance of the count, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
Would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLO issues?
Yes, yes.
Sure.
Your Honor, the state asked that the court not accept a nolo plea and require either a guilty plea or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right. I'm going to permit a NOLO plea as to counts 1 and
Bitch.
6.
All right.
My bad, y'all. Y'all know I don't like calling her name, but that's
Mr.
what she get.
Williams,
I'm sorry, y'all.
as to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
No law.
As to count 56, participation in criminal street gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
No law.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to
terrible.
thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Miss Love always needs to
Are
be
you pleading guilty to the offenses you have indicated because you are in fact guilty of these charges?
Yes.
All right. Are your guilty pleas and your nolo pleas freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have
Yeah.
only 4 years from today's date for a felony charge and 12 months from today's date, you don't have a misdemeanor charge, but to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, also, Do you,
You have
my-
30 days from
I was-
today to file a direct appeal from this guilty plea and until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw the guilty plea, which does not mean it would be granted, but that's the time period, okay?
What's a direct appeal?
Well, you can talk to your attorneys more about it, but it would be up to one of the, like the Court of Appeals, I think is where this one would go. Those are just the
And-
time periods.
And Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the
Right
court
here.
to impose,
Okay.
we would also be asking the court to require or to forfeit, have defendant forfeit all of the property that has been seized and that is currently being held, that was
Money grab.
found or recovered or taken from his home
Money
after it
grab.
was searched on May 9th.
Do you have any?
No,
kind of list
give
of
'em
where
his
that
shit
property
back.
is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was
Man,
seized.
get that
And,
man
Your
his
Honor,
stuff
we're not-
back.
We
We're not
do,
agreeing.
and that,
Right.
Oh, I know. I mean, I assume y'all aren't
Yeah,
agreeing.
man,
with
this shit
anything,
back.
We're
so
not
you
agreeing
would
to that.
Present it as a negotiated plea.
we're not, but we do have a list of the
All right.
property.
No,
items.
you
Yeah,
just
we're
want his
available
stuff.
right now.
Tell them
Yes,
cops to give
actually,
him
would
back.
the court permit us to send it electronically
Sure,
because we
that's fine. And then if
them
that is
get
not
this shit.
imposed as a condition, is
I'm
it just
sorry
get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it
ci-
would be litigated
it's a
later
s-
on. Yes.
It's a civil separate filing
Okay.
in this court. It's not related to the criminal.
right.
It's related case, but it's unrelated.
Understood.
And we are sending that to
All
Your
right.
Honor
Thank you.
at this time. And as it relates to the conditions of a conviction under 1615-4, Your Honor, we would ask, or as part of the sentence, defendant would be required to adhere to the requirements, the sentencing requirements of the gang statute, which at least in part require that he not associate with any gang members whatsoever. And I can read the rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right. And let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
All right. Your Honor, as part of the requirements of 1615-4,
Yes.
defendant would, one moment, Your Honor. Under 1615-4, in addition to any other penalty provided by the code section, all sentences imposed under the code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly
Slow down
have.
just a tad, because there's a court reporter taking it down. And when we start reading, we read really fast. So go ahead.
This code section shall require as a special condition of the sentence that the person sentenced shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang, shall not participate in any criminal gang activity, and in cases involving a victim, shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any such victim or any member of any such victim's family or household. So that is, and we've listed in our indictment the victims of the crimes, the overt acts that have been committed, and under the basic conspiracy law, those are the victims that we are naming. Your Honor, as this case has been tried and would continue to be tried until the state completed its case in chief, the evidence has shown that the defendant, throughout the time between 2013 to 2022, conspired with both indicted and unindicted co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise known as Young Slime Life, or YSL, through a pattern of racketeering activity. Throughout that time, multiple conspirators, both indicted and unindicted, and including the defendant, have committed overt acts intended to further the enterprise itself. With regard to the defendant, as far back, the evidence has shown, as 2013, the defendant, along with other YSL founding members, Walter Murphy, for one, committed an aggravated assault and armed robbery against a Derek Dotson. The court has heard evidence of that presented through Adrian Bean, who was a co-conspirator in that particular act. The armed robbery of an Archillian Bennett back in 2013. As alleged in the indictment, defendant and unindicted and indicted co-conspirators committed acts to further YSL that included drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. They used and furthered, rather, this conspiracy by using social media posts and music to assert the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, which is also known as YSL. The defendant is charged with being a leader of the gang YSL, and evidence has been presented by accomplices and co-founders of YSL, Trontavious Stevens and Walter Murphy, and evidence would have been presented, in the words of the defendant himself, that the defendant, as shown by some of his own social media postings, was the founder, one of the founders of YSL, along with Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy. YSL formed, according to the evidence that has come out in this trial, in 2012, 2013, under the former version of the name of the gang called Rock Crew, or Raised on Cleveland. The court has heard evidence of the 2014 and 2015 incidents that have involved conflicts between YSL members and IF gang members, that included someone shooting the window of Mr. Williams' car, and armed individuals rushing outside during shootings at Club Crucial to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at a place called the Dugout, where armed individuals rushed to ensure Mr. Williams' safety, shootings at Mr. Kelvin Watts, committed by members of YSL, communication with members of YSL after those incidents, and ultimately the murder of Donovan Thomas at the hands of members of YSL. The evidence has shown and will show that on January 10th of 2015, members of YSL drove a car rented by the defendant, a gray Infiniti, and drove past Mr. Thomas as he stood outside of a barbershop congregating with friends, and unloaded an array of bullets on Mr. Thomas, hitting him, his Chevrolet Tahoe, and two other persons in the process. Mr. Thomas died from those bullets. Phone records show that communication was held between Mr. Williams, Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, Mr. Demise McMullen, corroborating accomplice testimony that has been presented in this courtroom regarding what happened, who committed the murder, and what happened to the guns and the vehicles that were used in the murder. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., the members of YSL responsible for the murder and members of YSL who were not responsible for the murder congregated at Mr. Williams' condominium called the Sky House, and they all made plans and later either drove or flew down to Miami. Prior factual acknowledgments by members of YSL include that Mr. Williams gave each of the persons who accompanied him to Miami money to lay low as they left the city following the murder of Mr. Thomas. The evidence has shown the ensuing conflict that occurred after Mr. Thomas was killed. It has shown shootings at Mr. Rashawn Bennett's home, shootings at Mr. Darren Mills' mother's home, and I said Mr. Rashawn Bennett's mother's home. Shootings unrelated to the conflict with members of If Gang, of a Lil Wayne tour bus. That shooting followed the confronting by Atlanta Police Department of members of YSL that drove to the compound where Lil Wayne was making an appearance and who drove there with the intent to disrupt and cause harm and to shoot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Lil Wayne was another artist with whom Mr. Williams was having conflict, according to the testimony that had been presented. Mr. Williams had come out at that time with a mixtape that carried the name of an album that Mr. Carter was set to release and was not able to because his label would not allow that to happen. That caused a contractual or the threat of a lawsuit. It caused Mr. Williams angst. He posted about it. He said derogatory things about the persons who were threatening him with the lawsuit. And as a result, he had to rename his mixtape to something different than what he initially intended. The person who ultimately was convicted of shooting that tour bus up, Jimmy Winfrey, is a person that I believe that recordings have come in regarding jail phone calls, rather, from Mr. Winfrey and members of YSL regarding communication about getting a lawyer. Following the shootings that occurred in 2015, music, social media postings, and other overt acts were committed by Mr. Williams and other members of YSL, taunting members of groups that they considered opposition to YSL, posting of threats of violence by members of YSL against those people. Specifically, the music, Your Honor, contained lyrics such as the following: I rep my life for real, for slimes, you know I kill. I shoot at your mammy, need to stand down. I up my stamina, take it to trial, get an appeal, take it to trial, pay for that casket, that's just if we whack them. YSL slimy and shady, watch me whack that bitch, pop them like assist, Glock with the assist. It also consisted of a song wherein Mr. Williams sang or rapped the lyrics, hey, this is that slime shit, that YSL shit, killing 12 shit, fuck a jail shit. I'm in the VIP. I got the pistol on my hip. Fuck the police. You praying that you live. I'm praying that I hit. This is slime shit. 100 rounds in a Tahoe. I'm prepared to take them down. Got banana clips for all these ends acting monkey. This is that slime shit. This is that mob shit. Fuck the judge. YSL. This that mob life.
She pulled out her best lyrics, y'all. Her best lyrics.
Defendant Williams released a video on YouTube of a song wherein he states, I shot at his mommy. Now he no longer mentions me. Act like you want war and they gonna smoke you like a blunt. Another song, I escaped every one of the licks because I was supposed to be rich. I don't care nothing about a cop. I'm just telling you how it is. I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. Gave the lawyer close to $2 million. He handles all the killing. We don't speak about shit on wax. It's all my business. We know to kill the biggest cats of all kittens.
Yeah, she won't stop. She ain't going down without a bang, baby. Adrian's not going down without a bang.
In another song, I was on Cleveland, stuck like a magnet, bitch ass N-word. Pay for that casket. That's just if we whack them. In yet another song, Defendant Williams raps, red just like Elmo, but I never fucking giggle. YSL won't fold. Pick his ass off from the balcony, wipe an end's nose. I'm gonna F for the cash, then she getting robbed by Tick, a reference to Trontavia Stevens. All I ever wanted was the money. Put your hands in the air if you dare. F and N, put him in a wheelchair.
She done said everything else, but don't want to say nigga. You done said everything else.
And even later on, Mr. Williams, and I believe that this was in 2019, made a post to YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett. If I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. And in yet another song entitled Anybody, Defendant Williams stated, I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body. I got the streets on my back, carry it like I'm moving a body. I told them to shoot 100 rounds like he trying to movie the body. Ready for war like I'm Russia. I get all types of cash. I'm a general.
Now this is unhinged behavior. They hate Thug. They hate Thug. One song would have done it. She done read 12 songs. Oh, she got more. Y'all, this lady's unhinged. It's not about justice anymore, y'all. She is unhinged.
As Mr. Williams' prominence in the music industry rose, his ascension within or in leadership in the gang YSL became more apparent.
What?
As he rapped and talked about the crimes that YSL co-conspirators and members committed and how he got away with robberies.
This lady's crazy. They want him bad. Yes, they do. That's why she's reading all of these lyrics and she chose them strategically.
With respect to the Donovan Thomas murder, the court has heard evidence through phone records that within 6 minutes of the shooting of Donovan Thomas Jr., a phone call was made from Demise McMullen's cell phone to Defendant Williams' phone. And then immediately after that call, Mr. Williams calls his sister Dora Greer and then calls Kelvin Treadwell. There's then a series of calls between Dora Greer and Treadwell, and then Treadwell calls Demise McMullen or Nard. All of those calls happened within 15 minutes of the 911 call. And as I have stated before, the court has heard accomplice prior inconsistent statements about who committed the murder itself and what happened afterwards. The conflict between YSL and members of If Gang continued into 2019, wherein Mr. Williams raps the lyrics that I referred to earlier. In May 2019, a YSL member shot multiple times at a vehicle owned by Rayshawn Bennett, a black and red Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. At the time was being driven by a Milton Howard Jr. It was after that incident, later in August 2019, that defendant Williams posted on his page the language, YFN, if I ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you. The post was then deleted from his account. Through text messages of a co-conspirator, Marquavius Huey, there was communication between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, both in January and in September of 2020. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Marquavius Huey with the performance location of Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci. And when he sent that, he sent it with the message, handle that tonight, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. Mr. Huey responded, SLAT, S-L-A-T-T. On September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of YFN Lucci, and Mr. Williams responded, Slatty, that is S-L-A-T-T-Y, handle and stay very low. Mr. Huey responded, slat, and for show, F-A-S-H-O, I've been out the way and appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams responded, slat, handle that. I got you.
How we know
Through text messages and on a separate occasion, Mr. Huey said and conveyed to Mr. Williams that he would sit down for any one of them. And I believe that to be a reference of going to jail. When Mr. Bennett was not killed in 2022, Jaden Myrick sought permission from defendant Williams to stab Mr. Bennett while Mr. Bennett resided with Mr. Myrick at the jail. Mr. Myrick reached out to co-indictee Khalif Adams, who reached out to co-indictee Demikion Garlington to get permission from Mr. Williams. Demikion Garlington
where's the proof?
was also involved in the back and forth shootings back in 2015. On February 9th, 2022, Rayshawn Bennett was stabbed by Jaden Myrick at the Fulton County Jail. And after that stabbing, Mr. Myrick reached out multiple times to Mr. Adams for some type of compensation for the stabbing. Mr. Adams reached out to Mr. Garlington about the payment for the completion. On February the 22nd, 2022, YSL co-conspirator and co-indictee Christian Eppinger called YSL co-conspirator Antonio Sumlin to get permission to finish what Mr. Myrick could not complete, that is the killing of Mr. Bennett. Mr. Eppinger asked for payment for a lawyer. However, these calls were intercepted and Mr. Bennett was relocated. In March 2022, information about the stabbing made the news, and shortly thereafter, a series of violent offenses occurred. On March 11, 2022, YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down. Mr. McMiller is a childhood friend of Mr. Williams. Mr. Ford was also a friend of Mr. Williams. On March 12th, the day after, there was a shootout near the Cleveland Avenue area. a shooting by a YSL associate, Stephen Harris in YFN territory occurred, and a YFN member was shot in the head. March 11th through March 14th, there were a number of social media posts going back and forth between members of YSL and YFN. One of them was a post by Shannon Stillwells. We ain't the only ones who ain't gonna be crying, that's going to be crying. After a posting was made by Mr. Watts picturing him, Mr. Shamel Drinks, and Mr. Jasper Walters, on March 14th, 2022, after YSL members spotted Mr. Drinks at a gas station, Mr. Drinks was gunned down as he drove away from the gas station and waited at a red light. Later, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Farley were all charged with the murder. That is one of the acts that we are still would anticipate the court seeing the evidence of during the course of this trial. After grand jury warrants were issued after this indictment for Mr. Williams and 27 other co-conspirators, following searches of phones, wiretaps, and other information that led police to understand the role that Mr. Williams played in the YSL street gang and enterprise. Mr. Williams' home, he was arrested at his home and a search warrant was executed inside his home. While at his home, a sale amounts of illegal narcotics, including those that he is charged with in this indictment, was found. Also found was the machine gun with which the defendant has been charged in this indictment. The gun had a switch. The narcotics included marijuana, codeine, and cocaine. And inside the home were also other guns besides the guns with the switch. The items were seized, and again, Mr. Williams was subsequently arrested, along with other YSL members at Mr. Williams' home. Your Honor, that is the evidence that I believe has been shown throughout the course of this trial and that the state would continue to show. There are several messages between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams inside the cell phone, that one of the cell phones that were recovered from Mr. Huey. Besides the messages about tells Mr. Williams he has a new number. Mr. Huey asks Mr. Williams, hey, my brother, I'm fucked up. You ain't got nobody I can pull up on and have something in my pocket. Mr. Williams responds, slat, let me call BEO. Mr. Huey responding, slat, I need you, my brother. Mr. Huey saying, asking whether or not a lawyer was going to go and talk to another YSL associate, asking Mr. Williams to send him some money to pay his lawyer off. Mr. Williams asking Mr. Huey, who had been accused of armed robbery, what did he want? Mr. Huey responded with a number. Mr. Williams responded, slat. After Mr. Williams stole a star ring from one of the victims in the indictment, he asked Mr. Williams, do you have a star ring? Mr. Williams said, yes. Mr. Huey said, slat, you can't cash at me $500 so I can make a payment to my lawyer. Mr. Williams responded, slat. Mr. Huey sent him his phone number. Mr. Williams assured him through his responses, slat, that he would take care of them. Throughout Mr. Huey's phone, you see messages of this nature between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. The court, again, will hear that as this trial continues. The recommendation that the state previously made prior to us reaching this point was made with the hope that Mr. Williams would agree to certain special conditions of probation that we asked him to adhere to, and that he would take ownership and responsibility for being the leader of YSL. Given that those negotiations have broken down, we are asking that the court sentence Mr. Williams as we have asked earlier. And prior to the court imposing a sentence, we would ask that Ms. Shawana Edmonds, who is the mother of Mr. Thomas, be allowed an opportunity to make an impact statement. And that is all that we have, unless the court has questions.
You haven't even proved the murder.
Okay, well, given that Mr. Williams is not charged with the
Right.
murder of Mr. Thomas.
Sit it down.
Thank
Nice
I
try.
checked on that, Your Honor, with respect to count one. As a co-conspirator, Mr. Williams is responsible for all of the acts of the other co-conspirators, the overt acts. The overt act of the murder of Donovan Thomas is one of those acts.
I know, and this trial is not complete, and so y'all have not yet proven
Proven
that. Not to mention that you dismissed the murder charge against one of the co-defendants who already fled. So,
Sit it
Not
down.
for that case, Your Honor. That was that was Mr. Drinks.
okay.
We have not dismissed
Sit
him.
down.
All right. Well, if there is a conviction on the RICO or murder count following the close of this trial, that would be the appropriate time
dirty.
for the victim impact statement to be made. Mr. Adams,
Dirty.
does the defense want to put anything on the record? Obviously, you need to make a recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Many of the statements made by the prosecutor, we vehemently disagree with. The prosecutor misstated many pieces of evidence and then took liberty that that is the state's theory. Mr. Williams has tendered a nolo contendere plea to the RICO conspiracy count. And in that count, there are several overt acts. And the first one, Your Honor, deals with a traffic stop. It's on September 9th of 2013. And I won't go through every one because it might take a long time, but just for completeness for this, the court knows, Mr. Williams is driving a car. There is a dash cam video of the stop. The officer who testified at the trial 11 years later, the case was a gun was found under the passenger seat. Mr. Williams is not tied to the gun. He's not convicted of that. And the dash cam video that the officer said would have picked up sound as well as definitely video was never turned over to us, supposedly lost, could not explain the loss. The armed robbery in another overt act of Mr. Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, has the following information. The state only, because we haven't called witnesses yet. So the state put up a man who said nothing except, I don't recall. And then they put in his prior recorded jail calls. That man was taken, his name was Mr. Bean, B-E-A-N. He was taken to Grady Hospital and he was spoken with by a detective. The state vehemently accused me of lying to the jury, that the man never went, Mr. Bean was never taken to Grady Hospital, and that somehow I planted on him to say something on a recording where he said, the reason I implicated Jeffrey Williams is, and show that Mr. Bean was in fact taken to Grady Hospital, and Mr. Bean on recording told Detective Quinn, who of course told the truth, Yes, when I spoke to the detective previously, I did lie. Then what the state doesn't tell the jury is that there's another man in the car. He is shot at the scene. He's arrested. He pled guilty. His name is Fred Prethro, Pretho. And Mr. Prethro is in the Georgia State Prison System, easy to find. Mr. Prethro was in Grady Hospital also, unfortunately suffering from a gunshot wound. And you can hear the medical equipment behind him. And Detective Williams came in and was recording the whole conversation and said how many people were in the car. And Mr. Prethro names the people: Adrian Bean, who's the gentleman I just said, himself, and Walter Murphy. Are you sure there weren't a fourth person in the car? No, the three of us. The state doesn't call that person. The state does call Detective Williams. So I wanted to ask and inquire on that. The state, to obstruct, if that's obstruction, asked the predecessor court to prohibit me from getting into the fact of any conversation that would have impeached another witness. It's fine. Fred Prethro's on my witness list as well as the detective, and I have the recordings. In addition to that, Walter Murphy gave a statement while in the hospital, and his statement is very interesting. It's two different police reports, signed the same date, which is September 11th of 2013. They're identical. Then all of a sudden, when it gets to the stated that there were 3 people, I believe I have to report. It states, Mr. Murphy stated there were 4 people. There's no reason that they should be different. They're both signed the same. The state doesn't call that officer at all. I tried to ask Mr. Murphy about it. The state objects, and the predecessor judge sustained the objection. Mr. Williams was not involved in the Mr. Dotson. Miss Bennett, that was Mother's Day, May 12, 2013. She reports allegedly an armed robbery. The detective who testified here and investigated stated he never took out arrest warrants from Mr. Williams. And he wrote in his police report, Miss Bennett is not truthful. That is the case that the state is talking about. The state then, there was Brady evidence that they don't turn over, and we find out about it in court after they arrest Miss Bennett because they say she's not cooperating, and it comes out that she told the prosecution over and over again that this did not happen the way that she reported it, and she doesn't remember. As to Donovan Thomas, and Mr. Williams has nothing but empathy, sympathy, and sorrow. They were friends. It is a lie. What the prosecution has put before this jury is a lie. What happened here is the prosecutor in murder case or any other case, but they wanted a motive. So they made it where Mr. Williams and a gentleman named Rich Homie Kwan, his name is Mr. Lamar, he's a performer, and Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were close. There are public documents, recordings, Mr. Lamar being interviewed almost every year, and then he talks about his time with this band or group called Rich Gang. And he says every year up to this past year, he, God forbid, died. We can't call him as a witness, how close he is to Mr. Williams. The state, though, made it in this case, or tried to make it, that Mr. Williams and Rich Homie Kwan are enemies because Rich Homie Kwan will not sign with a record label that has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams doesn't sign to that record label. That record label is owned by a gentleman named Brian Williams, also goes by Birdman, wildly successful. Drake's career, he started Mr. Dwayne Carter, performer known as Lil Wayne's career. He started Nicki Minaj's career, just fabulous, well-respected in the industry. But the state wants it to be that Donovan Thomas interceded and would not let Rich Homie Kwan sign to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. And that is the reason that Jeffrey Williams had a feud and killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, what the evidence would really show if we kept going to trial, and I could tell you that Mr. Adams and I never thought we'd be in front of this honorable court. We always thought it would go all the way through trial. Was the state is saying that Rich Homie Kwan and Jeffrey Williams don't speak since the fall, and they have a bad relationship the fall of 2014. we would have shown, and we served on the state, December 15th, 2014, Jeffrey Williams in a private plane with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan, and they are high-fiving and laughing with each other. That is on audio video. There's a man who the state hasn't called yet, Mr. Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke. It's on the state's witness list. He's represented by the Honorable Ashley Merchant. He's on that plane as well. He would have identified the item, and he would have testified that Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar were very close in December 2014. Then on December 29th of 2014, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rich Homie Kwan, Mr. Arnold, others were at Brian Williams' home in Miami, Florida. There was a posting by Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and a picture of Mr. Arnold and Mr. Lamar, and they said, Mr. Lamar says, "This is my number one man, Duke," or something to that effect. We would have put that into evidence. In addition to that, Your Honor, on December 8th, 2 days before Mr. Thomas, God forbid, was killed, Mr. Williams is with Mr. Thomas, as well as Mr. Sledge and Brian Williams in Brian Williams' tour bus outside of a fabulous entertainer, artist, Mr. Clifford Harris, T.I.'s studio. And at that time, they were very close. But you also have the detective with the gang unit, Detective Underwood. I asked her within the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, did you do any, and she was on the gang unit the entire time, including today. And I asked her, do you have any evidence about Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas being close friends? And she said, yes, of course I knew that. I said, how about in January of 2015, close to the time of Mr. Thomas's death? She said, yes, they were close friends. Mr. Michael Sprinkle, he's a deputy district attorney in the Fulton County DA's office. He has a recording with Mr. Treadwell. You've heard the name O.G. Bentley. And in that, they're going through the evidence. And Mr. Treadwell, it's important because he has a child, too, actually, with Mr. Thomas's sister. So he's family. And Mr. Sprinkle states this is 2018. This is after the rental car. This is after all of the interviews of Mr. Copeland. This is after the interviews of Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle's in some of those interviews with Mr. Zachary. Mr. Sprinkle on tape, on recording, states, I do not know why anybody thinks Jeffrey Williams is involved in this killing. He and Donovan Thomas were close friends. It makes no sense to anyone. And Mr. Williams was never arrested, never charged, even in this, as the court just noted, with anything to do with Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, killing. In addition to that, Donovan Thomas has a place that he used to stay with a group of people on Auburn Avenue. Jeffrey Williams performed and did a music shoot there to try to help other people who are suffering in poverty to get out and to be able to be seen and to broadcast their music. Jeffrey Williams does that for everybody because he comes, Your Honor, from the struggle of total poverty, seeing people killed. He saw his brother die right in front of him, and the law enforcement, I'm not blaming anybody, everybody's on edge, but law enforcement would not get any help for him because there are all these people around. It is just what Mr. Williams has gone through is wrong for everyone. It's not just Mr. Williams, it's that whole community, but he's trying to get people out of poverty and out of that community. I have been with Mr. Williams where we have gone to speak with children together, and he tells them, don't be a rapper. Be like Brian, be a lawyer, keep in school. He tells his children, get your education. His family, his whole being, Your Honor, is trying to break the chains of poverty for others, and it has been spun in this courtroom with false statements. And, Your Honor, the state talks about the fact that Mr. Williams takes people to Miami. You would have heard on my witness list has been interviewed by law enforcement man that you heard about. That was already booked days before. Going to Miami, Florida, Mr. Williams and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, they did a video shoot for a music video. If anybody would have gone further with the expert for the state, they would have seen that Mr. Williams' cell phone does not contact any of the co-defendants, a separate location than any of those persons. He would always take people who can't afford it on airplanes, on buses, on tours, to show people you have an opportunity. The world is big. They were being mentored, but they were given titles and tried to give them respect and opportunity. But if they did not wish to work, Mr. Williams would not allow them to work with them. This has all been turned on its head by the state. The fact that the state has put in Mr. Williams' lyrics are offensive. Mr. Williams has tens of thousands of recordings. On our witness list, we are bringing in all of his people, his recording artists, his engineers, his managers, his record label, and an expert, the Honorable Dr. Eric Nielsen, to talk about how Mr. Williams creates his music. His music is then changed around and merged. Some of the lyrics you just heard are not even uttered by Mr. Williams. The state has no idea when these lyrics were made. Some of them were made before the shooting of Donovan Thomas that the state is saying this applies to the Donovan Thomas killing with the Tahoe. They are so far afield of where we need to be when we are trying to, God forbid, take somebody's liberty, Your Honor. The state is talking about things like F the judge and I rep my life for real. That's not even said by Mr. Williams, but they don't care to find out. They are on a tunnel vision to try to convict a man who should not be convicted. The statement about I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with that body. If the state just bothered to talk with anybody, that is a Nicki Minaj song with Jeffrey Williams. It is written by Nicki Minaj. That is on the text messages I gave, not the text message, the Instagram or Twitter rather, that I gave to the state. That is out well up before this, but the state doesn't care. This is out in 2015 or 16 or 17 or 18, I can't remember, I think 18, where Mr. Williams was asked who wrote anybody, and his response is anybody was written by Nicki Minaj, and it was. But it was really written and sung. It's a takeoff of a song by Tupac. There's a song that it parallels, which is an inspiration. But here we are with the state. Also, I never killed nobody, but I got something to do with the body. The next line comes up is it's a truancy body. The state can't explain that, so they just conveniently leave it out. Your Honor, there were wiretaps on this case. Mr. Williams, it was going to come out, there was an application to wiretap his phone. The state never presented to a judge. That speaks volumes. The leader of the YSL criminal street gang, who's been involved from 2012 until his arrest, and even according to the state, while we sit here, they never even tried to wiretap his phone. It might have been because they don't really know what his phone number is. So all these communications you're being told about with Mr. Huey, I'm not so sure the state could have gotten anybody to say that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in a jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury. And that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying this? I told Mr. Williams that I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me, I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. I said, he wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE blank blank. Your Honor, the state is talking about, in this case, they put in social media. This honorable court was not here, but the state put in that Mr. Williams, in the indictment, Mr. Williams put out a call for murder. He put $24 million murder for hire on a person's head. That is a lot of money, and that is awful. If they would have read the chat, the Instagram chat, Mr. Williams, right above it, there's a picture of a very well-known, very accomplished musical artist who actually had surgically implanted in his forehead a pink diamond worth $24 million that day. That's what Mr. Williams would talk about. That's the type of evidence that is coming from the state of Georgia in this case. It is wrong. This is all wrong. And I know we're pleading guilty, and I know we're pleading nolo, and I know we're asking this honorable court for a certain sentence, and we'll get to it with the court's permission. But this is the type of evidence that there is. But it is holding this man hostage. And that's not really what we're supposed to do, district attorney time in the state of Georgia or anywhere. The state then, because I opened on that, then they never bothered to put in all of the chats. Why did it take me to read the chats? In addition to that, going back to Donovan Thomas, talk about Mr. Williams involved, the state did a geofence. A geofence tracks his devices. It doesn't have to be a phone. It could be an iPad. It could be any type of electronic device that targets and is used. You don't have to be on the phone. It's the contact. If he has an app open, it'll capture it. And the state targeted the McDonald's, where they keep saying that Mr. Williams met with people there. They targeted the barbershop where, God forbid, the killing occurred. And they targeted a third location, no, 2 locations. And it comes out, Mr. Williams' devices are not there. It's exculpatory. I don't get that information. I got that because I interviewed Lieutenant Crabtree, and the results can't be found, according to prosecution. I did a motion for that. They just can't find it. That is great evidence for Mr. Williams. It would have also shown clearly that when he does go down from his house after getting this call that I'll talk about from Demise McMullen, he's not with these other people. And the expert for the state, the FBI agent who does the telephone analysis, Mr. Williams' phone does not ping off the same tower as a Demise McMullen or a Mr. Copeland or a Mr. Garlington or whomever. The state of Georgia has misrepresented for 2 years in front of this jury. They have hidden evidence. They have violated Brady. They have falsely accused Mr. Williams. Your Honor, saying that Mr. Williams gets that call 7 minutes after, the state said 6, it was 7 minutes after the killing of Donovan Thomas from Demise McMullen. Mr. Williams was already out of his home. Mr. Demise McMullen's calling Mr. Williams. He's not even there. He's going down to meet with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, also known as O.G. Bentley. O.G. Bentley was supposed to go to Miami, Florida. They were talking about this deal. And Mr. Williams, that day, he was given another contract. Mr. Williams, by this time, he went from 0 money He is a multimillionaire at the time. He doesn't need the Cleveland Avenue drug deals for $15. He doesn't need the shootings. He wasn't even living in Atlanta since 2018, 19, 20, 21. He came back the very end of 21, 6 months, and he got arrested in May of 2022. In his house, Your Honor, we have everyone on the witness list. There are 12 people living at that house. Mr. Williams opens up any of a car that he has. He'll rent cars for people. Any home he has, he will allow people to live in hotels because people that he knows, unfortunately, are homeless. And he gives them all places to stay, cars to drive around. He is not involved in criminal activity. Mr. Williams just got back in our country. His passport shows it. Right before he was arrested on May 9th of 2022, there were other people in that house with the drugs and the guns. There were people whose the guns are in their names. They were going to come in court and claim the guns. Everybody else was doing as well, but Mr. Williams has entered a guilty plea. I'm not going back on that, but I just want you to know that this case is just wrong to do to somebody with no bond and to hold him hostage. He wants to, you may not do it. He's aware of that. He's aware of that. But the state offered him 15 years on probation, but they keep piling on these conditions. He just said, he made up his mind. He said, I'm just going to go with it. I got to get home. Judge may not let me home, but I'm not doing these conditions and admit that I'm the leader and I'm involved in the killing and my music just promoted everybody to do it. He's not going to do that. So he did not do that. And that's how we wound up here. The state, the night of the killing, people came to Mr. Williams' home. The state tells the court, he said, lay low. What they don't tell you is right after that, he gave money to Mr. Sledge, who said, they're going to kill me. They think I did it. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with it, I don't want to be with you. And Mr. Sledge said, I just need a hotel room with my children and my bride or my significant other to get to. And Mr. Williams said, be safe, lay low. That's the lay low. In addition to that, Mr. Williams told Mr. Copeland's with the police. Hours after the killing of Mr. Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland goes to the police department. Mr. Williams is the person who told him to go. Mr. Copeland said, what do I do? They're shooting at my house, at my family's house, at my significant other's mother's house. And Mr. Williams said, if you had anything to do with the murder, get out of here. Mr. Copeland denied it. And Mr. Williams said, then go tell the police. Mr. Copeland said, do you want me to go to the police? And Mr. Williams said, if you had nothing to do with it, they think you did it, go to the police. In addition to that, Mr. Copeland said, well, I'm going to retaliate. Mr. Williams told him, don't do that. Let 12 handle. That's on recordings. That is on recordings on January 11th of 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Your Honor, as far as Dwayne Carter, a performer known as Lil Wayne, Mr. Williams had no conflict with him. They are friends. We were presenting evidence that right before this shooting of the tour bus is April 26th of 2015. Mr. Williams is performing in New Orleans area. And that's the area where it's Holly Grove, where Mr. Carter, or Lil Wayne, the performer known as Lil Wayne, comes from. And in order to drum up popularity and interest, people get on the internet and they start what's called rap battles, arguments, feuds. That's what happened here. And you would have heard testimony from Mr. Williams' management that they said, start a rap battle. It'll be better for your career. Mr. Dwayne Carter is aware of that. Mr. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. The state's aware of this. He has interviews after this. Are you mad? What's the real deal with Jeffrey Williams? He states, no, he's great with me. He brought popularity to me. He loves me. He idolizes me, and I love working with him. They did an album together. In 2014, they're in the studio together, making music together. It is all made up that Mr. Williams is involved. Mr. Williams gives a statement. The state refuses to put it in and then stop me, the previous judge, from cross-examining the detective, his name is Racy. He met with Mr. Williams in the DeKalb County Jail on the 15th day of July 2015. Mr. Williams is arrested that day. And there's a long interview. And Mr. Williams waives his right to counsel. He tells them, I'm his lawyer. They say, you don't want to speak to us? You don't have to. He said, well, I'll speak with you. And they asked Mr. Williams these questions. What about Lil Wayne's shooting? He said, it was outrageous. I love him. That's my idol. I love Lil Wayne. How about this battle? He says it's promotion. They asked him about his rap lyrics. It's the only person that the state ever did anything about rap lyrics with. And they asked Mr. Williams, what about the rap lyrics? And he tells them, it's hyperbole. He didn't use that word. He used the word, it's made up. It's rhyming. It's made up. Not like the state is saying that I rap lyrics for real. That's not even Mr. Williams' utterance. Your Honor, the point I'm trying to make to you is what the state of Georgia has presented to this jury in this courtroom the past year has been full of untruths, and they know it. The state says that Mr. Williams had a conflict because he named an album with Dwayne Carter, and Dwayne Carter didn't like that. Dwayne Carter's interviewed. He said, that was one of the nicest things anyone could have done to me. It shows how much he really appreciates me. It shows respect and honor, and I appreciate what he did. The state knows this. With regards to Jimmy Winfrey, what the state did is they put in a recording. It's not Mr. Williams. It's a jail recording, Mr. Winfrey and an unknown person. And then unknown person says, when you get out, you're going to get a Porsche and $250,000. Mr. Williams not privy to that. The state looked at all of Mr. Williams' bank records, everything. They undressed him financially. There's zero evidence Mr. Williams did anything for Mr. Winfrey. The state tells you that Mr. Winfrey asked for money for a lawyer. The conversation was, and it's recorded, it was with Mr. Williams' manager. And Jimmy Winfrey said, I need to show that I was gainfully employed for the court. Can you get me something from YSL? And the manager said, yeah, if we have it, and if it's true, yes, you can have it. That is it. There's no evidence that Mr. Williams paid for anybody's lawyer, Mr. Winfrey or otherwise. In addition to that, Your Honor, the social media postings with Mr. Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucy. So Mr. Williams, the state tells Mr. Bennett on social media, I would have killed you if I didn't like the way you take care of your mother and children. That is the post. What they don't tell you is Mr. Bennett, who is also, to his credit, trying to drum up his career. Mr. Bennett is picking on Mr. Williams, who's a much higher profile artist than Mr. Bennett at that time. And Mr. Bennett is saying that he slept with Mr. Williams' fiance while Mr. Williams and she are a significant couple, that Mr. Williams' music is awful. Nobody should listen to his music ever. Mr. Williams responds by saying, we can do an album together if you want. Stop this. The man continues of how he's sleeping with Mr. Williams' significant other. And then Mr. Williams responds by saying, I would have killed you except for what you do. That is the context that they don't tell you about. And Mr. Williams did nothing to Mr. Bennett. In fact, the evidence would have shown, if we had time or we would have gone forward, that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Williams are on the red carpet receiving awards in California, sitting right next to each other and taking photographs. This is not the Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams is a known person who is all over the place. If he did something, somebody wanted him, they can find him. This is not he is not hanging out on Cleveland Avenue. What the state is saying are not true. The situation with Mr. Bennett. So he's in the Fulton County Jail and he's housed. And there are crazy, sick, violent people. And they're on the phone. And Mr. Myrick, M-Y-R-I-C, is calling other people, supposed co-conspirators. How much will Jeffrey Williams give? He doesn't say that, but that's the theme of it, as well as Christian Eppinger. What the state doesn't tell you is that when Mrs. Sumlin is asked, hey, find out how much Thug will pay me to kill Mr. YFN Lucci, Mr. Sumlin says, I don't know his number. I can't get in touch with him. He doesn't talk to me. And that's because, Your Honor, since 2015, and he means no insult, but Jeffrey Williams has had zero contact with Shannon Stillwell until this case, Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington, Justin Cobb, Demise McMullen, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Murphy, all these people. This is a lie. This is a 100% lie, and that's why we tendered a no-low plea to being a leader of a criminal street gang. Mr. Williams is not a leader. In fact, if it would go forward, on Mr. Huey's phone, there are conversations with Mr. Copeland. And they both say how Jeffrey Williams is a zero, and F him. And they don't talk to him, and Jeffrey Williams never does anything for them. Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams met later. He met him closer in the time of 2020. Mr. Huey's father went through a horrible episode that Mr. Williams knew, and that's how Mr. Williams knew his son, who's Mr. Huey. And Mr. Huey's on hard times, and Mr. Huey's making mistakes. And Mr. Huey, supposedly, Mr. Williams believes, armed robbed a man named Chandler Durham, D-U-R-H-A-M. Mr. Durham is Mr. Williams, and he's a fabulous record engineer. And Mr. Williams states, give him back, tell him to give back the property or he's going to die. The state puts that as an overt act. No one dies. The property doesn't get returned. Mr. Huey ignores Mr. Williams. The state told you today that Jeffrey Williams sent Mr. Huey a posting that Mr. YFN Lucci is going to be performing on January 19, 2020. That's not true. Mr. Huey sent that to whoever phone that was. And all it says is slat and slatty. Well, I went out to the places that Mr. Bennett was supposed to perform. There's no shooting. There was no fight. There was nothing to report. There's nothing here. In addition, the state says same thing on September 12th, September 2nd, 2022 on Mr. Huey's phone. I'm not conceding that was Jeffrey Williams even having a conversation with him, but even if it was, it doesn't show anything. It says slatty, lay low. Lay low means don't do anything. Get out of the way. That is what it is. That is Mr. Williams' role. Mr. Williams, there is evidence in the record, and there would have been more. He takes people on tour with him. He takes people in the mall with him. But when they do crime or do things to people, for instance, there was a prostitute, and several people gave that prostitute money, $500. And the prostitute at the end of the $500, getting $500 from several people, had sex with a person, and then she was armed robbed. So all the money came back. Mr. Williams wasn't involved in that, but he heard about it. He made those people find the prostitute and repaid her every dime. People stole from stores that Mr. Williams found about. He went to the stores and he repaid all that. He didn't steal anything. He doesn't need to steal anything. Your Honor, Mr. Williams stands with Elton John. Elton John called Mr. Williams the next coming of John Lennon. Mr. Williams is unbelievable talent. He's not just a rap artist. In fact, when he's interviewed in 2017, he gives a statement and he says, I had to learn rap. He grew up in a house learning other forms of music. He likes all music, but rap hit in his community, and his community raised him. They supported him. They came out to him. They made him get into establishments. And once the establishment saw all the people come out, he got more establishments. And then he went out of that little area in Atlanta to other parts of Georgia and then to all the neighboring states and throughout our country. And he has performed on every continent but one. He has performed in front of being the headliner, 300,000 people at one time. He has a real life and career. He is not the leader, and he is not worried about buying jewelry that is stolen. Mr. Williams is actually innocent. I'm not trying to corrupt our plea. That's his plea, and he's entitled to it, and he wants it, and he embraces it. But to me, this is a wrongful prosecution. This is outrageous.
All right, so you're pleading guilty, or your client is pleading guilty to counts 57 through 62.
It's all true.
Do you
Yes, there's a
concede
factual
there's a
basis.
factual basis
I
for
can
those
see.
counts?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. And Your Honor, I'll answer any of your questions, but the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison, when just this morning, it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music, and they want to stop Mr. Williams from making music, from entertaining, just stop his life. That's just not right. And it's wrong of the district attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person. And he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, on count one, which is the RICO count, to accept the nolo contendere plea. Please sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison commuted to time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22.5 years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, nolo plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years commuted to time served, concurrent with count one. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute, 10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count one. On count 59, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count one. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count one. Count 61, 5 years of probation. It's a firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56. And then count 62, 10 years to serve commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation, credit for the time already served and community time served. As I said, after 3 years of probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated. Mr. Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of the sentence, but house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same, and the company must be approved by probation department, and the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with a license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made it part of the sentence. At least one concert each year at a venue, if they'll have him over holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he is going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold an illegal firearm buyback to buy back firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets. Mr. Williams does not wish to go near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but it is just not a good idea under this circumstance. And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by probation department. Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
I see Ms. Love shaking her head, and I think it's fair to establish that until the entirety of the negotiations were agreed to, it was all up in the air.
Sure.
That may have been something y'all had already hammered out, but it wasn't, it's not anything they're bound to.
Absolutely.
Fair. Okay.
I agree with that. Mr. Williams can have no contact with any of the supposed victims, and there was an Exhibit A attached to the state's proposed plea agreement, negotiated plea agreement that was sent to you. So we adopt that Exhibit A, but we can give it to the court if you need those names. And Mr. Williams have no contact with any of the co-defendants in this indictment, with the exception of Mr. Quintavious Greer, that is his biological brother, as well as Mr. Sergio Kitchens. He's a phenomenal artist. He goes performer known as Gunna, G-U-N-N-A. Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens are contractually obligated, and they frequently perform music together. Your Honor, any other conditions that this honorable court deems appropriate? I want to thank the court for all your time. Always, I want to thank Ms. Percival for everything she has done. I want to thank Mr. Williams for allowing me to stand with him. And I really never thought we would be here, but this is his decision. I want to thank the Honorable Keith Adams, who may want to speak, Your Honor, but I can never imagine a better lawyer than Keith Adams.
Mr. Adams, do you want to add anything to the record?
Your Honor, I don't know that there's really much to add. Mr. Steele has represented to the court, I think fully and thoroughly, the breadth of our knowledge of the case. Mr. Williams's background, I think the court has not just heard it from Mr. Steele, but has had the opportunity to sit here and hear some of the evidence and kind of get a feel. You've had a chance also to observe Mr. Williams and then get a feel for him, his background, and so forth. You know, the only thing I can say about Mr. Williams that hasn't been said is that he comes from an area. You might have heard throughout the course of the trial that there was an album, a concert tour. We came from nothing. And that is true. Mr. Williams came from, I hate to use the word abject poverty, but that really is the case. Came from an area where there was a significant amount of crime, where, as you've heard, he's had tragedy in his life and has observed tragedy in his life, and he has gone through a good bit. He has been involved in a lot, but he has raised himself up. He has done the best he could and has done phenomenally well, and is, I think, an inspiration to a lot of people from that community who look to him and see the success that he has gained, and have been fully supportive of him. But he finds himself here. He is in front of you. He is tendering this plea because he accepts responsibility. You have heard everything Mr. Steele has had to say. I can only ask that you follow what we have put before you. You also have, I believe, the paperwork that was given to you by the state, which kind of gives you some idea of what they were looking for as well in terms of conditions on Mr. Williams, if we were to have reached some sort of agreement. And we ask that if you feel that there's anything within the state's proposal that might be appropriate in terms of the sentence for Mr. Williams, that the court please feel free to do that. There's nothing that he puts himself before the court. And I think 2.5 years sitting, going through this process, challenging the process, but now standing before you and asking that you consider everything and sentence him appropriately in the way that we've requested. I'd simply ask you, I join Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams in asking you to do the same. And I thank you as well, as Mr. Steele did, for your patience with us and for bringing some order to the proceedings that candidly was needed. So that's all I have to say. I thank you again, and I ask you to consider everything that's been put before you.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my managers, my kids that's not here. Really everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time invested into this, and I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height, because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad, and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. I come from nothing and I've made something, and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me, because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides. I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody, for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, all people. I learned that late, these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late. And maybe it was because I was, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know. But I have came to my senses. And I understand what I mean to this world, but I am a good guy. You know, I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows, and I always did that. You know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things like I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know. But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's
Allegedly
what gangs do. And that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented. And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on. But I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right. All right. So it is not lost on the court that the state, had they been able to come to agreement on certain special conditions, was willing to entirely dismiss the RICO count, was willing to entirely dismiss one of the gang counts, and was willing to entirely dismiss this, you know, machine gun count. was willing to give a sentence that permitted Mr. Williams to walk out of the door today, and therefore does not seem to be particularly worried that Mr. Williams, if on the streets, would be a danger to society. I'm taking that into consideration in crafting my sentence. And in permitting a nolo plea to the RICO count in one of the two gang counts, I would not be permitting the nolo to the one if you were not pleading guilty to at least one of them. But you are, and y'all admit a factual basis for the counts that you are pleading guilty to. I find there to be a factual basis for those counts, and for the remaining counts with which you are charged. I am going to impose a sentence, and I've taken a little bit of the suggested special conditions from the defense and a little bit of the special conditions suggested by the prosecution. On count one, the court sentence is 20 years to serve 5 years, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years to be probated, and a $25,000 fine. On count two, the sentence is 5 years to serve, commuted to time served. That's the minimum sentence that's permitted on that count. It is required to be run consecutively. I'm going to run it consecutive to count one, but I am going to backload. Oh, I'm sorry, that is not commuted. That is 5 years to serve, and it's going to be run consecutively to count one, backloaded, by which I mean after you serve your 15 years of probation. If you have been successful on that probation, and I sincerely hope that you are, then at the end of that 15 years, I will commute the entire rest of any service portion of your sentence to time served. So I'll get to the end of it and give you the total sentence, but I'm also going to impose a $15,000 fine with regard to that count. Count 57, 20 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, the balance of 15 years probated, concurrent with count 1. Count 58, 10 years to serve 5, commuted to time served, balance probated, concurrent with count 1. 59, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. 60, 5 years to serve, commuted to time served, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years to serve, that is required to be also a consecutive sentence, so that's going to be run consecutively to count 56 and backloaded. Count 62, 10 years to serve, also required to be served consecutively, that's going to be consecutive to count 61, also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served. You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that is pursuant to OCGA 17-10-1 subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here.
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do you mean?
Can I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Let the judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You had enough time to talk with your attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. All right, special conditions of your probation. After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. It may change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating. You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that, that type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose, that during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service. You are, and this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Quantavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment, except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens. In the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case cites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity. You are not to knowingly engage in any contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm, because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail or anybody that you're performing with. You are to submit to random drug screens and not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs. And as I mentioned, with regard to one of the first of your co-defendants from this trial, at least since I've been involved, to plead guilty, our Uniform Superior Court rules instruct and provide that it is absolutely proper for a judge to grant leniency in sentencing when, quote, the interests of the public and the effective administration of criminal justice are served, unquote. And I think that this plea is in the interest of the public and in the interest of effective administration of justice. Have been trying to ensure that to the extent I can, this trial also abides by that. It's been challenging at certain times. I find your plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I accept it as such. I also need to inform you that your attorneys were going to represent you through either the last day of this term of court or 30 days from now, whichever is later, and any of the filings that were mentioned that need to be filed within that time, they would file on your behalf unless they are permitted to withdraw from representing you before that time. I am not going to impose the conditions suggested by your counsel about the benefit concerts and the donations to the sheriff's office, but I certainly strongly encourage you to do those things and to do and continue to do things that benefit your community and especially help young people to stay out of criminal trouble. And unless there is anything from counsel other than that.
I have one matter, Your Honor.
Okay, and does the state as well?
Your Honor, with regards to Mr. Williams being permitted to come to the Metro Atlanta area
Yes.
or Cleveland Avenue area for funeral or the other items,
Right.
can you also consider, God forbid, there's a serious medical condition of a person that
In
is
his immediate family,
yeah.
certainly we can add that. And I also meant to mention, because I know you do travel all over in order to pursue your career, that it's permissible for your probation to be transferred to out of state, and that has to be done through probation, but that is fine with the court. And you may also keep your, nobody's mentioned it, but keep your passport and travel out of state and internationally to the extent that you need to do that for business purposes as well. All right, Mr. Body.
Yes, that's very briefly. Thank you. The district attorney just wanted me to urge the court, due to the fact that the Thomases have been negatively affected incredibly traumatically by
Oh, sit down.
discussed by both parties here today, to make a brief statement.
No.
She believes that they fall within the exception or within the bounds of Marcy's law. If the court would allow, I understand the court made a ruling earlier as it relates to that, but she wants.
All right. Thank you. And I appreciate, well, I cannot even begin to understand what they must, anybody must be going through when they lose a family member to violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to hear a victim impact statement from them is at the close of the trial that contains the murder count with regard to their family member. All right. Thank you. Okay. Court is adjourned. Good luck to you. And I'm going to have there better be no violations, but if there are any, you're coming back to see me.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, you're.
Hold up, y'all. I'm sorry.
Let's take a recess and I'll be back.
Woo! I can scream, y'all. I've been screaming. I know they tired of me in this house. Okay, y'all. Let me stop. I don't even know what to say, but I know somebody better go check on Adrian Love. Somebody better go check on Adrian Love, baby, because I think, oh my God, they tried to throw the book at that boy today. They tried to throw the book at this man today. And how nasty is it for them to try to have Nuts family doing impact statement? Thug ain't even charged with the murder. How you gonna do an impact statement on him? He ain't even charged. Now I'm sorry for Nut losing his life too. They don't even know who did it. And y'all want to come do an impact statement on Thug? I'm happy Paige called bullshit. She said it's not gonna go on deaf ears that they were willing to let him go yesterday. They were willing to, y'all, let me see if somebody live, okay? Let's see if somebody live. They were willing to let him go yesterday. What changed? Oh, he didn't take your deal? He didn't take our deal. Woo! Brian Steel price just went up a little more. Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to the back. Sorry, because we get loud. Come on, Barchi. Ciao! Okay, y'all, I had to come to the back because I know they mad at me. I know they like Melanie. So I put it in the chat, y'all. I put it in the chat. Where y'all at? Can you add? Oh, yeah. Come on, y'all. Let's talk. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put it in here. I'm finna put it in there. Let's chat. Let's see how y'all feel. All I got is this wine right here. That's all I got. Go take your shot. Thug coming home. I hate he had to go through all that. I just put it in the chat, y'all. Come on, y'all. Tell me how y'all feeling. Come on, y'all. Tell me how y'all feel. Oh my God. Y'all, I was about to lose it, but when she said it didn't go on deaf ears, that they was willing to let him go. Hey, girl.
Man, hey man, what's up?
Ariel, hold up. Okay, it's a little wine. Y'all got I got a little wine in here. That's all I got. That's all I got. I'm so happy that man gets to come home and live his life, but I hope he's learned a lesson.
But listen, but you know what, man? Miss Love just showed. Miss Love ain't worth a damn.
She showed her ass.
Trying to bring Nut family up there. He ain't even charged for that. Man, sit down.
Period. Too pretty. Too pretty said she just took a shot. Listen, Paige.
Listen, I knew for a fact when they was when I looked up that what a blind plea was, and they had to get up there and argue. Brian still was finna wipe. He wiped his nose. Miss
Oh God.
Miss Love can't argue with Brian. Like, you saying all that to say nothing.
Drinks up, y'all. Drinks up.
Let me go get me a good old shot.
Let me go get a shot glass. I do have a shot glass.
Okay, I'm finna drink on this. Hold on, Mel. I'm getting my Don Julio.
I don't have no Don Julio friend, baby. Hold up, y'all. Let me get a shot glass. I got that shot glass from
Mel, I told you last week to get the party, and you ain't did shit.
Oh my God.
You ain't did nothing. Playing the part.
Y'all can talk about me today. Okay, let me tell you, I don't even know Thug, y'all. But when I tell you what makes me so happy right now is the fact that the state got that. I hate he got to be on probation that long, but I hope it changes his life. He is he's a generational talent. He is generational wealth for his family. I want that man to come home and do well.
He got to come to Cali.
Him.
He come to Cali, he good. He can transfer that probation to Cali, he good. Different laws.
Nick, I need to come home, girl.
Man, Mel, hey, I don't know.
Come home, y'all. I need to come home. Y'all, if he do a concert and Stay Fun, we there. We get in the box.
Man, I need a jet. I need him to send me a jet. I don't want to be on a plane.
Period. Period. Oh my God, I could not believe this because I didn't know where this was going. But I'm happy Paige called. She probably said, Y'all just let a man walk from life sentence in 100 years. Y'all ain't no way y'all want to give him 45.
Oh, Mel, that man ain't have that many charges. He only had 16 charges, man. Hold on, I'm pouring up my shot. I'm finna put on my camera.
Where y'all at in the chat? Come on, y'all, shots up.
I'm
Shots up.
trying to show my camera.
I don't have no real hot liquor over here.
It won't let me show the camera. What the heck?
Oh, let me move. Let me stop presenting real quick. Maybe that's it. Can't see you.
You see me?
Okay, y'all in the chat. I can't see you, Ariel. Why I can't see you, friend?
Every time I try to do it, it say I can't. It showed a little red thing up there.
I don't know why.
No, it says your browser has lost connection to your camera. Make sure no other apps are using your camera mic. Then refresh the page. Restart your device if this continues. I don't know, but I got me a shot cut with some. Oh,
shots up! I love y'all over here so much, man. I love. Hold up, Ariel. We got a request. I'm about to add someone else to the stage too. You stay on, Ariel.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. I got a request, y'all, because I think this.
Hold on, y'all gotta go tell my man Thug free. He sleep. Hold on.
Yeah, on this life, baby. Okay.
I was scared there for a minute.
And
then when she said he had to do a free concert,
Miss Sheila, I muted you for a second. They take shots. We just got to turn up with the folks right quick. Y'all ready, y'all? Just to live this here. Y'all, these words mean.
Why I can't hear that?
Okay, y'all.
Mel, I'm gonna have to drop. I can't hear y'all to come back up. I can't hear nothing you saying.
Okay. Y'all, them lyrics sound so, they hitting home now. Miss Sheila, come off mute now. I'm sorry, Miss Sheila. Come off mute.
Okay, I'm off mute. I'm putting my greens on, girl. Y'all taking shots. But look, you got me with them salmon croquettes the other day. That made me want a home cooked meal. But look, I was a little iffy there for a minute on Page. But I want to know all the stipulations that the state thought they was finna do with him, because they were like, clean your lyrics up. Who?
It was a lot.
Thug is not an Ice Cube, baby. We ain't cleaning up no lyrics. But I'm happy that he's coming. He's home today once he goes there and gets processed out. Because, baby, that leg shackle was wearing him out. It wore Huey out yesterday. It was wearing him out.
Y'all know what pissed me off.
Go ahead.
I don't think Thug's gonna abide by those probation terms. Damn, the man ain't even stepped foot out of Fulton County yet. Damn, that's the problem. Like, that's the problem. Y'all want the man to fail. Let it go. Let it go. Like, let it go. Y'all don't know what it's been like for that man to go through this process 2.5 years. Y'all, Thug is a millionaire making millions of dollars to just stop. Brian still said the man be eating out of a plastic bag. Okay, Miss Sheila. I'm sorry. I'm
trying to understand what kind of meal was he. He must have been on a special diet.
Probably so.
I want to say he probably was, because I know they probably supposed to serve him in a tray, but they probably had certain people fixing his food so he wouldn't get poisoned. That one looked good. But I'm happy he coming home, but he has to move out of the metro area of Atlanta. So I'm like, his house and his acres were never in metro Atlanta. Y'all want his property. And she thought the judge was finna give it to her. Brian still said, no, that's a civil matter. Don't come for him right now. Nope.
I was listening to Sylvia one day, y'all. And Miss Sylvia, it wasn't Miss Sylvia. I'm sorry, y'all. It was somebody else. This wasn't even Miss Sylvia. I was listening to Phil Holloway. He had another lawyer. So I'm sorry. I think I said Miss Sylvia early. This lawyer talked about how this was all for money. That they said Oh, hold on. Yeah, they back in court.
Okay, well, drop us down then and then come back.
He was also charged with count 58.
Somebody else taking a
which
deal.
is Violation of that is for the possession
Right, marijuana.
of marijuana, which
Yeah.
carries a sentence of 1 to 10 years. As to count 59, I believe that's the possession of codeine with the
Mhm.
intent to distribute, which is 1 to 5, which is 5 to 30 years. And count 59, which is the possession of cocaine, which
That
is
60 is possession of cocaine.
so 59 was the codeine, 60
Right.
is the possession of cocaine, which was 1 to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which was count 61, which is 5 years to serve consecutive to any count indictment.
Mhm.
Possession of a machine gun, which was count 62. Sixteen 11 133. I know my math isn't the best, but that's life plus some years. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, was for Mr. Kendrick to plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which was 20 to serve 15. Count 2, the murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, 20 years to serve 15. 20 years to serve 15. And then to the gang count 57, also 20 years to serve 15, all to run concurrent, and the state was willing to null pros all the other counts in the indictment.
All right. And Mr. Kendrick and the attorneys associated with you, I want to make sure that y'all know that unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, if you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2. And then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them. We're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay. All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising
All
us of
right.
that.
All right. Mr. Stillwell is facing.
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
Plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison, that we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look, but that was the extent to our negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously each of you has the right to continue with the trial. You know, what you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you who clearly care very passionately about you all personally, as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both welcome. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but they did not accept it.
All right, well, given that the state spent the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, no one, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have
All right.
communications with the DA last Tuesday
Well,
morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance I might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA and if she wishes to read.
Okay. I mean, I have no idea whether they want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say, no, we're good, we're going forward, but. Okay. So in the event that it is no longer open to you or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
So I take for that, I'll put the link back up in, y'all, but I take from that, Susu, I'm adding you up. I take from that, they do not want to let that Donovan Thomas murder go. They didn't give a damn about Shamel Drinks because they dropped the charges on there, and they're trying to stick those charges somewhere. They do not want to let Donovan Thomas's murder go, even though they don't have any real factual evidence about who unalived that man. And I think it is really nasty for them to still be there. But okay, come on, y'all. We back. Court gonna be Monday.
Yeah, I been in my eye, but baby, I got my shot glass. Hold on.
Period.
And we drinking tequila.
Come on, take the shot. Take your shot, baby, because y'all, this been a long time coming. For
baby,
let's take the shot, friend.
Free taco.
You know, there we go. It's a party on this channel today. It's a party over here.
Girl, love them. This has been an emotional last week. This whole week has been very emotional.
Yes.
Love, like, why? And she over there mad.
She mad, y'all. Did you see her with a little bag on?
And why did it take Love a whole decade to read that paperwork?
Because she was hoping to influence Paige. And Brian still ate her up. He said, they're not telling you this part. Now somebody put in the chat, I see why they was trying to put Duke back. They didn't need Duke to hit that stand. It didn't fit their narrative. Yes, Karen, Thug did go home, Karen. I'm sorry. Thug is going home. I'm trying to see if they live somewhere, y'all, because I want to pull it up for us. I know there's a news conference or something that's going to happen, but I ain't seen it yet, y'all. I'm looking. So if y'all see it, y'all put it in the... They said love persons in sports mode. If y'all see it, let me know so I can pull it up, okay?
Baby Thug gets to make his little money. I liked and appreciated Thug's little speech. Baby, him and Paige shared a little heart to heart. She said, baby, she can go all day and he can too. But yeah, she's seen how they freaking did him wrong.
I think she did too, and I think I haven't seen this side of Paige until she's read these pleas. She did it for Lil Rod, she did it for Huey, but for Thug, she was telling him, I believe in you. I see how big you are. It didn't go on deaf ear. It didn't fall on deaf ears for Brian Steele to constantly talk about how successful he was. And she probably looked it up too. I love that she acknowledged that and telling him, like, you are an inspiration.
Yes. I just wonder what's gonna go on with. Did she tell them that they had till 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah, but I don't think Funny been taking L's with all these pleas. She's got to stand on something. So I'm like, Doug Weinstein, take it to trial. Take it to trial, because what are they gonna? Y'all don't have no hardcore evidence when it comes to that. They don't have a weapon. The other people don't play it out. I think Lil D is still severed or something. So I don't know what's gonna happen.
And Lil Rod appeal is on, I believe it said on the 11th.
Well, they
Oh,
saying
the
no.
5th. The 5th. Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah. So hopefully that works and he gets to come home.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
I hope.
hopefully this trial don't last too much longer because it's only 2 people left.
I just don't know how they're going to carry on going forward. I
I know,
don't.
because if I was on the jury, I would be thinking, why did these, like, Thug is gone. Y'all made Thug out to be this bad person. He's gone. All these people are gone except for these 2. Why are these 2 people still here? Are they
Question.
guilty or what's going on? They most definitely gonna go see what's they this is all over the news about to be. So there's no way the jury is not gonna know what's going on. And they better get up there and say, we can't continue because we seen what's going on. Mistrial.
Now, Susu, we've been friends for a long time on this channel, on my TikTok. You know them people know Thug went home today. You know them
I
people
know.
know Thug went home today.
Yes.
They,
So yeah.
they know. How will they explain it on camera? Baby, I don't know. But baby, they might be downtown at the jail. So with they green balloons and everything, letting their balloons fly for Thug.
Baby, where the party at in Atlanta or Cali, since he can't be in Atlanta?
He got to get out of Atlanta, but he can go to Swanee or something. But he can't be in Metro Atlanta. I'm not mad at it though. Sometimes people got to people have to save you from yourself. So if y'all Thug, tell Atlanta goodbye. I know that's right, Tam. Tam says she drinking for Thug. I hope y'all got y'all shots. Y'all take y'all shots. It's a celebration over here. I'm definitely happy that he came home because there was never a doubt in my mind that man was not their leader. They were all friends. He was not anybody's leader.
And he has a medical condition. I wonder what his medical condition is.
Me too, because this is not their first time saying it. That's not Brian Steele's first time trying to bring that up. So I don't know. I don't know, Susu. Scoot, I'm bringing you up too. I don't know, Susu. I think I can have 4 people up. Okay. So hey, Scooter, you on with me and Susu? Hey. Friend, you took your shot, even if it's water. Okay.
Nope, I'm going to give me a shot of Crown Apple.
Okay. Period. Okay. What's up, Scooter? How you feeling? It's been a long time coming. How are you feeling today?
Man, I'm excited for Thug, but the rest of them, like, oh, well, for Yak and Shannon, I was anticipating them to go through with it. Like, I missed the part on why they withdrew.
You said you said why they won't.
Why they withdrew. I missed that part.
Well, because those deals sound very shitty. Brian, they were just telling her they were still trying to give them a lot of time. They wanted Shannon to serve 40 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they wanted Shannon to serve 40 years. So they got really bad deals. I just think at this point, Funny is trying to save face. This has to mean something. She has promised these families that she was going to convict now, and that's the problem. They say you under promise and over deliver. I think she over promised and she's going to under deliver, and that's the problem.
Yes, and
but
that takes me
like
back.
She only it
I'm
seems like
sorry.
she like Nut family is so important. You brought them there. Why did you bring them there? Paige already told you she's not gonna listen to them. And then y'all come back and say the same thing. I'm glad Paige stood her little ground, stood on what she said and said, no, baby, no. The proper time for that is at the end of trial. Bring them back then.
Exactly. And that's what I was going to get back to, because when the Drinks family was there and Nichols was actually being charged with that they didn't even allow them to speak. But Thug wasn't even charged with the Donovan Thomas, but you kept wanting, Donovan Thomas family to speak. And then Love thought, well, I couldn't get it in. Maybe I might take a beer to get it in. No, Paige was not having it at all.
Yes, y'all. We know we still watching trial. We still got 2 more people that's got to come home. Yak, Shannon. We're gonna continue. I'm still gonna be here every day because this trial is not over yet. It is not over. We still got 2 more people that need to come home or at least get some good deals. Finding them, I'm gonna tell you, I think that keep holding out because at some point they're gonna eventually have to give in. How y'all think they look to the jury? You done gave all these people deals that were
The
too
people with
dangerous
the
to
M's, the deals though, the people with the M's got the best deals, except
Yeah.
for the last 2 on the thing. But yeah,
Yeah, come on, y'all. This it's something has to happen, y'all. Something's going to happen, and I'm very interested to see how they proceed from here. That courtroom gonna look mighty slim. Lil Rod gone, Nichols gone, Huey gone, Thug gone. It's nobody left but Yak and Shannon. It's gonna look real slim in there. Real slim in there, y'all.
but
Okay.
I'm sure people will still be there to support.
Of course, we still gonna be watching this trial. Thug is home, and that's great. I'm happy. Nichols got a great deal. Huey definitely better be happy, and I'm always say that for his deal. Lil Rod, hopefully he can win his appeal, get a new trial, win that trial, and he can go home at least by the time he's 25. But we still got Shannon and Yak there, so still saying prayers for them. I know that's right, Oak Cliff. I know that's right. Okay, so meet I can't add you up because of your phone. Candace, I'm adding you up. Hi, Candace.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, girl.
Hey, everyone.
Candace, girl, I see you driving
My
home.
kids. Hey, listen, honey. My kids so sick of me with this trial, and I don't even care. I went through the house screaming when they said Thug was free. Honey, pour me a glass of that Don Julio.
Period. Yes, ma'am. I get a little scream. I know they tired of me in this house. I know they tired of me.
Yes.
Y'all,
They so sick of me, but I don't even care. Yes, I just feel like for the state now at this point, I like earlier someone said they trying to save face at this point. So now they're going to try to stick it to the last 2 standing, which is not right in my opinion, obviously.
Oh, hold up. Let me turn your camera off. Can you turn your camera off for me? Because they right.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so I feel as though the state has to have something stick now because they look like fools. With all the deals that they've given, they have to save face. At the end of the day, like someone said earlier, they have to save face. Honey, the way Love threw that bag on that shoulder.
Oh, friend. Love was gonna go deliver newspapers the way she had that bag around her, across her body like that.
Honey.
She was already pissed at some of the stuff Brian Steele was saying during his message to the judge. Oh, baby, love gonna have to get checked because I don't want to have a stroke tonight.
Baby, she was over there like this the whole time praying.
Yep, ready to go and acting like she typing on that darn computer. Love is in shambles. I don't know what it's gonna mean for them, or whatever, but whatever it is, of course we pray for both sides. But at the end of the day, this was wrong. I'm happy Jeffrey is free. Honey, I'm packing my bags to Atlanta because I'm gonna be on the first thing smoking to the first concert he have.
I'm really, that's why I'm happy y'all came up here because y'all know I don't get lost for words a lot. But I'm just so happy for him. I'm really happy for him.
Yeah. I'm overjoyed for him as well. He deserves it. Like, he's been through enough. And like you said earlier, I'm glad that the judge was able to call BS on the state with the charges and the recommendations, because it was just out of pocket and out of line. They know they messed up.
Oh, I mean, it was Paige saying I can't remember her word, and I'll watch it again later tonight. But her basically saying y'all were willing to let that man go home on probation.
Yeah.
Now y'all to serve 45 years. What changed?
Today, walk out the door today is what she said.
And didn't determine him as a threat to society or something like that. She said.
She said, yeah. So he's not a threat to society.
Mariah didn't just have a birthday. She did just have a. Okay, Scooter, you got you. Was your phone not working earlier, Scooter?
It was working.
It wasn't your phone. I think you didn't have your camera on. You didn't have your
I
camera on.
didn't have my camera on.
I was just making sure. I'm like, am I going crazy?
I didn't have my camera on, so I just turned it on.
Okay, that's it. Oh, that's it. Okay, y'all. I am. Oh, y'all. Let me put the chat back in here. I'm sorry, y'all, because we just up here chilling and talking. Y'all,
This is my first time ever on a live, and today I just had to scream.
Me
I was like, I gotta
too.
get on here. I was like, I got to.
Well,
It
welcome,
was
y'all.
getting much.
We are a welcoming community over here, girls. So I'm happy y'all felt welcome. Y'all felt
Well,
welcome.
thank you.
Yes, we feel very welcome.
Yeah,
I
we do.
want to get on your TikTok so bad when you be talking on TikTok, when you go live on there. I'm like, I just be want to scream sometimes.
Well, friend, listen, today is definitely the day to scream. It is. If you've been watching this show,
Excited.
I know some of y'all been watching this way longer than me, but a lot of people been watching since November to see. Hey, Britt, to see all of what these young men have gone through. You want to scream because I think a lot of us we have become emotionally attached to these people. We don't know these people. Right? But through this trial and seeing what has been done to them, we have become attached to them because they look like our sons, our brothers, our nephews, our cousins, our uncles. We see so much of people that we're close to in those young men. So I get it. Scream, friends. Scream all you want.
Yes.
You know what? Bye, Key. Miss Sheila. So I'm gonna let y'all down. So waiting. So I'm gonna bring them up.
Okay. Say
okay, go ahead. I'll still be watching.
Okay, see you in a little.
All right, I'll drop down, get back in the chat. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm Libra girl. I'm Libra girl on TikTok.
Thank you, ma'am.
Libra girl. Okay, thank you. Okay, I try to put the faces to the names because y'all know I call out names a lot in the chat. And
Yeah.
Well, for Candace.
All right.
I'm Candace RN. I'm Candace. On TikTok, I'm Candace BSN RN.
Oh, I see you all the time, Candace.
Yes.
Okay. I see you all the time, friend. Okay.
Yes.
I've been trying to remember because you see it so much, especially during good mornings and stuff. So I try to make sure I know who we talking to when I get on YouTube.
Yes, I'll still be watching so you can let other people up. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace.
All right.
Okay, y'all. I got it up. Hey, Sumi.
Mel.
What's your name? Oh, wait a minute. Who was that?
Listen.
Who talking?
Mel.
Who talking?
This is Sumi.
Okay,
Mel.
yes, ma'am.
All I gotta say is, I know a lot of people don't like Judge Whitaker, but Judge Whitaker has said what we all been saying, and she be on TikTok, she be on YouTube, she be listening to what we got to say.
Yes,
and today, Judge Whitaker proved everybody that thought she being like this. No, the lady has to do her job. But at the end of the day, Judge Whitaker handed them they ASS, and I mean that.
You can say ass, baby. You say ass. You can go back and you can say ass. Say me what she handed them.
Judge Whitaker handed Love, Hilton, Abate, and everybody else, BBL Brown, they ass. She did that. She did that, and she should have did that. And another thing before I drop down.
Sumi, it was her saying that this was in the public's interest.
Yeah. Yes. And another thing, one more thing. I knew Thug was gonna walk when Thug looked at that lady and told her, "Thank you for giving me a fair trial."
He did.
He knew. He told her. He said, "Thank you for giving me a fair trial." That's what got him. That's what got him that spot home. I'm telling you, that's what got him because she knew.
You know what I think was her selling fate? The fact that we're gonna let that man walk home.
Mm-hmm.
And then y'all coming here today talking about, oh, he needs to be in jail. He needs to be locked under the jail. Somebody with so much promise, so much to give this community, someone who can make a change. I said, listen.
Oh yeah, but I do want to ask you before I drop down. The same support that we gave Thug and the rest of them, we gotta keep it on for Shannon and Yak.
Oh yes, ma'am.
Because they watching us, they watching how the public is reacting, and I think that is a part of the reason why a lot of those pleas were cut. They see, they know we know what's going on. So
we're not done. I know for me, Melanie, as far as Millionaire Mel and all of my channels, I'm still gonna be up watching trial. I never started watching the trial just for Thug. It was literally just like I told you, I binge watched it, and I said, "This is not happening." And you're a fool if you think it's gonna stop just because Thug gone home. So we gonna still keep watching. We are still going to be praying for those young men to be able to come home to their families. I actually hope they get that not guilty verdict.
Same.
I hope they get that.
Same. Well, all right, I'm gone. Hey,
Thank
everybody.
you,
Bye,
thank
man.
Angel, Angel.
Girl. Mel. See, something that everybody's thinking, what I don't understand is all the victims that are in this case, none of them.
Hold on, y'all. Hold up. What channel, y'all? Still is doing a press conference. What channel?
Oh,
hold on, Angel. Hold up. They said still doing a press conference. What channel?
He was fast.
Let me see. I know, right? Let me see.
Maybe it's one of them Atlanta channels. What is that? Atlanta, one of
Atlanta
them.
News First. They probably, hold up. Let me see.
Go to one of them because it
They
ain't.
live. Hold up. They live. They live right now. Hold up.
You people.
He said,
This is not the only courtroom it's happening in, and I just want to thank all of you. I especially want to thank Jeffrey for letting me represent him. I think he's a wonderful person who does wonderful things and will continue to do things even greater. I cannot express to you how Shaquille Kokomo, how Trisha Renard, how Haley, how my wife Colette, how Bram, how countless people, but especially Miss Courtney Edwards, has worked without sleep for 3 years representing Jeffrey and helping him. I will never be able to stand with anyone more ethical, honest, hardworking, insightful, intelligent, and kind than the Honorable Keith Adams. The gentleman to my left is the best lawyer.
oh, he found it too.
Do you think prosecutors negotiated in good faith at all?
Nope.
Any of these negotiations? Let me take this.
Talking.
Let me answer that. The short answer is no. This is a case that possibly could have been resolved if folks were reasonable. But we did not believe that we could enter into good faith negotiations with people who wanted a case resolved in a manner simply to save face. And Jeffrey Williams was not going to say things that they wrote for him, that they wanted him to say, that was their theory when it wasn't true. And so, good faith, no. I don't believe we were ever really negotiating in good faith. And you've been here the past year that this case has been on trial. You've seen the numerous motions for mistrial. You've seen the behavior of the state. You've seen the dishonesty. You've seen everything being hidden. You've seen things come out in court, in front of you. And so you know what kind of prosecution we were dealing with, and that's okay. You know, Mr. Steele and I have fought through this the past 2.5 years. And as he said, we ultimately decided we were going to put our faith in the court as opposed to the folks on the other side of the aisle. And, you know, the best thing out of all of this is that Jeffrey Williams, in a very short period of time, will be home. And that's all we've wanted from May 9th, when they went and picked him up and have held him in jail without a bond for the past 2.5 years. He'll be home shortly.
Keith or Brian, this either one of you can answer that. 2 questions for you. First off, you go into a blind plea, you don't know, right? You know nothing for sure. What was your emotions like when you guys went into that? I would imagine the conversation, you kind of take us into the room before you went out to court, the conversations go back and forth. Obviously, I know there's turn and climb, but it's a big decision.
Well, I didn't want to give up the jury trial, but that was the decision made. And once that decision was made, we were just thankful that there are people like the Honorable Judge Whitaker who understands what a trial is like and what it should be like. And I cannot thank Honorable Court for being here and coming in. She is not our first judge, but she's the first time we received justice.
This is your second high-profile RICO case here in Fulton County. Do you think that maybe the prosecutor's office is abusing that statute? And what are your opinions of RICO generally?
I have, for the 30 some odd years that I practiced law, always believed that if you, as a prosecutor, think that someone has committed a crime, you charge them with the crime, you put it in front of a jury, and then you do it fairly and let the chips fall where they may. The courtroom is not the place to get adventurous, to get inventive, to think, well, we don't have evidence on him for any of these incidents, but maybe, if just maybe, we tie him up in a RICO and put him with people who may have committed crimes, we can get him that way. That's an abuse. And so, yes, for some strange reason, the Fulton County DA's office seems to be in love with RICO. And my honest opinion is that they're in love with it because it makes it easier for them to try and convict people that they otherwise could not convict. And that's what was happening here. We're fighting a mountain, reams of evidence, most of which didn't have anything to do with us. And so is it an abuse? I think it is. There are better ways to, and I used to be a prosecutor, right? And I can tell you that there are better ways to prosecute cases than the way this case was prosecuted.
You guys obviously rejected initially what the state was going to offer. What are some details you can give us? Because it sounds like from what you guys decided in court, I mean, it's still pretty stringent. There's a lot of different details, but what was the state asking for that you guys rejected?
I'm not going to get into plea negotiations because they are privileged under statute, but it was outrageous. They would let him out of custody, but they would have a tether around him so tight that it's unconscionable.
And how are y'all feeling about what the sentencing is, especially with not being able to be in Metro Atlanta except for specific parameters? And how is Mr. Williams feeling about that decision?
You know, we're okay with the sentence. There comes a time in any case, if a person is sentenced, that we're out of the courtroom, and now what happens to that person is entirely up to them. Jeffrey Williams is a fantastically talented man. He is a great person, become a great friend over the course of the last couple of years. And he has the ability, the incentive to go forth and do everything he needs to do to put this behind him. And we're confident that he will. One of the questions you asked a little earlier was, what was that feeling like stepping into a courtroom to do what's called a blind plea, not knowing what's going to happen? You know, it's a scary feeling for all involved. There's probably no feeling quite like that other than sitting in a courtroom waiting for a jury to come out and tell you what your fate is. But we walked in there knowing that we were in front of a fair tribunal and being comfortable that the right thing was going to happen, and the right thing did.
What do you think about your client just serving as a role model? Obviously, as part of the agreement, he's going to be participating in the community, doing events, things like that. Obviously, he has a huge reach for what he does for a living.
I've known Jeffrey Williams. I've defended him for over a decade. I have been with him where we go to young children, children in need, children who are going down the wrong way. And he tells exactly what he's going to continue to say. He tells everybody, this is not a good life. We have to stop the generational disaster that is plaguing the community. And although right now I'm successful, I'm a product, but every one of you can get out. And he always stresses education. Jeffrey Williams is a great person, a great role model, and he will do even better now, hopefully, if you allow him and his words to get out. As far as how Jeffrey's feeling now, he knows my feelings, which I'm not going to reveal for attorney-client privilege, but this is not the same as the not guilty verdict. That should have been rang. But nobody here wakes up every day on a concrete floor that they're calling his bed, gets up at 4:15, gets shackled at his feet, his waist, and his hands, comes to the Fulton County Courthouse to be on concrete, eating out of a bag. Doritos is his meal of choice. And then coming to a courtroom and sit there with a leg chain on him every single day and hear lie after lie. So for Jeffrey go home today and not have another 90 days or 120 days of it, he is very happy, thankful to the honorable court. So to answer your question, this was not what I wanted. I don't believe that it is just, but I believe that under these circumstances, it is justice for Jeffrey Williams, and he is delighted, as are we, and thankful.
Can I ask you, you were standing right next to him as he was addressing the judge. What seemed like a very sincere apology to her, or apology to the court and what happened, what has gone on. How did you feel standing next to him, knowing him for the last decade as a attorney for him, about what he was saying and what he was telling the judge?
Jeffrey Williams is being truthful. That is his heartfelt feelings. He feels so bad for the loss of life, and he feels bad that people are taking his music or his social postings and making it into violence. That is all promotion. That is not a symbol of go hurt somebody. So I hope I've answered your question directly, but how I felt, I've heard that from Jeffrey over and over again.
You called out a lot of challenges in this trial based on the prosecution's points. Do you have any message to, the co-counsel that for now is still on trial, or what's left of this?
Oh my God, they are phenomenal lawyers, and I'm confident if you keep going, which I assume you will see some great lawyering. They don't need my help.
And the truth is, they've been there with us for the past 2.5 years. They're aware of what they're up against. They are totally capable of handling it. And I presume we'll step in from time to time because, in this fight in the past 2.5 years, we've been together. So we needed something, they've been there to assist. And if they need something, we're happy to step right back in and assist. But they're great lawyers. Max Shard, Doug Weinstein, those gentlemen are in great hands. They'll be fine.
I will say this, I think it is wrong and it needs to be fixed that an innocent man is arrested on May 9th of 2022, is denied bond, and has to plead guilty and nolo to get freedom after 2.5 years in custody. That should not happen. Nobody should be on trial. Jurors, think about what they're going through. Nobody should be on trial like this. And if Mr. Williams didn't have the resources, this never happens well for anybody. So I think it's an abuse, to answer the AJC's question. I think it's an abuse of the statute of RICO to do this to people.
Is it fair to say you don't believe justice was served today?
I believe that Mr. Williams is home, and I'm delighted. Justice would have been served on May 8th of 2022 if the grand jury no-billed his indictment. That would have been just. And it's wrong to be under investigation. He's been under investigation for 15 years. 15 years by task force of federal government and local government. Think about that. Think about your children doing that. And that's okay. If it's okay with you all, then we should really start moving to another country. I want to thank everybody so much for everything you do. I cannot thank you all, because without you guys, this just keeps rolling in injustice. It's got to end. The criminal justice system, the presumption of innocence, the Brady rules, the ethical rules, they have to survive. Otherwise, we all are victims of this. Anyone can sit in that seat next to Keith Adams. Thank you all so much.
And no one sees it unless you guys do what you do. But I tell you what, there is a whole world of people out there who have watched this trial over the course of the past 2.5 years. The past year that we've actually been in the courtroom trying the case, who are much more educated to how things work, and unfortunately, sometimes how things don't work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Chef Steele.
Brian.
Chef Steele. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna leave it up so that we can see if Thug's gonna come out. I'm gonna see if Thug's gonna come out, because I think they finna stop the live stream. Hold up, I don't want to turn it off yet. But when it start doing this thing, Okay, I don't think that's me, y'all. Sister. Okay, y'all, it's stopping. I thought it was me, but it's not replaying. Oh my God. He got to go back and be processed. Oh, okay. Okay. They have to take Thug back to jail, then he gets out. Hold on, y'all. Okay, they're gonna take him back to jail and then he's gonna get out. So, Angel, if you guys are on here, it take a little time. Miss Fabulous J said, in my experience, it take a little time. My bad, y'all don't know. I'm gonna put the chat back in, y'all. Thank you for going through this with me. Hold up. Friend, we are friends for life. One day, whole family. Girl, we are friends. We locked in. Y'all cannot get rid of me that easy. Okay, Shay, I'm adding you up. Hey, Shay. How are you? How you feeling?
Thank you again. I could not believe she was asking for 45 years for that man.
That's what she wanted. She was trying to throw cook at him.
Ashley Merchant had said they was already in the group chat arguing over this stuff that they was gonna get. She said that a few weeks ago. She said they are so did Paige said they can have it, or what did she rule on that? I didn't hear that.
No, if I'm not mistaken, I think Brian still said he picked it up. I think he says the civil matter.
Okay, good.
Yeah, give that man his stuff there.
That's what they wanted all along. They wanted the money.
I've heard that. I'm telling you, I have to find
this misappropriation of funds allegedly, and they're trying to replace it.
I'm telling you, I heard this too. I heard this very same thing.
They want his stuff. She said they were in the group chat arguing over which car they were going to get and whatever other stuff he got. They were in the group chat arguing. She said they are disgusting. And Miss Love can sit on down. You just, all that talking you did, it is nothing for you. Because Paige, I heard them lie. She done went back and fact checked and realized you done lied.
She really showed herself today. Inviting that boy's family down there when Thug is in no way charged with that murder, is not linked to it, other than he played no to the count one and the gang charge. It was nasty.
I was saying, she said they've been lying from the beginning. Both of them. Both, she said, it's not just Miss Love, it's Hilton too. She said both of them are liars.
It was nasty, baby. It was nasty.
Nasty word. It was the same face.
Hold on, y'all.
That young Jock picture failed. It took me. I'm like, it is too early for these types of things.
I can't take credit for that.
It's too early. I screamed in my office. I did. I'm like, oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one. I was laying in bed and I got my Instagram and that was the picture. So if you in the chat,
I'm Shay Mastered it _Shay 67 on TikTok. I'm like, honey, shot was laid. That was laid. That was laid.
That's not me. I'm trying to pull up 11 Alive now because they say 11 Alive is they're live right now.
Thank you so much. I'll be glad when you do a meet and greet. You know, I'm in Atlanta. I'm in Lithonia, so I'm not. This has really been fun. I really enjoy it. I'm glad we get along in the chat because some of them other chats, I'm not an arguing type person. I'm real. You know, I'm like we gotta lift each other up, and we've learned so much. And I'm like, seeing Little Rod smile yesterday, that brought joy to me. We have not seen that boy smile the whole time.
Hold on, Shay. I'm gonna put you up. His daddy's speaking right now. I'm gonna put his dad on. I'm gonna leave you up.
You know, we have a constitution. When are we gonna start acknowledging our constitution? You know, we did away with supposedly. We did away with communism. I can't tell. You know, we took down a statue. We tore up a flag. What about the laws? Let's change the laws too. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to do away with it, let's do away with all of it. Change the law. We're on a new day and time. Let's make the laws for the new day and time.
Do you think his lyrics will change now?
I hope not. I wouldn't. But you know, he's behind the 8 ball right now. So we're gonna have to justify something. We're gonna have to make some justification on how we got to narrate it now. You know, and that's sad. That's sad that a man should have to do that, and that's his way of life. That's how he feeds himself. That's how he feeds his family. That's his job.
And how
Are you gonna be in the right street right now?
Huh?
Yes.
Definitely. Definitely.
So we thank you guys. We do gotta head the right street.
One more quick question. Any words that you want to wish to anybody else remaining on the case? Anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, I definitely want to say something to the people that's left on this case, along with the people who are waiting to be charged. Keep your heads up. Keep fighting. Sooner or later, somebody gonna have to make a decision. We need to start making the people accountable that makes the decisions for us. So we need to put the right people in office. We need to start scanning the people that we vote for.
And now that we have voting right now, it needs to be a presidential topic. It needs to be a topic about prison and reform. Why, the presidents are not discussing this during their debates. It needs to be at the forefront of the presidential debates at this time. So,
But the people got to make that decision.
we got to make that.
And I'm gonna leave y'all with this. In any fight you go through in life, and anything that you have to deal with in life, you can't be scared. Can't be scared. And I'm out of here.
So, what's the real to support Jeffrey and the entire family from this point moving forward?
In the words of John Lewis,
get to your kids,
fight.
Get to your grandkids, support them, tell them you love them, hug them, just be there. Just be there.
And if you see something wrong and you see something that's not just, say something. Get in good trouble. In the words of John Lewis, say something.
Yeah.
Don't just sit there and let it happen if it's not your family. Don't wait till it's your family. If you see his family, anybody else's family, like the other guys that are still here, don't just stop coming because Thug is out. There's still other guys fighting for their lives. Still come, still support the others that are still here because we will. So we thank you guys.
So I will be informing you all later on the extortment that came to me from the DA office. I was extorted.
You were extorted?
I was extorted by the DA office. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord.
Baby, I'm happy they stopped that interview, baby, because I didn't know what Jeff was finna go right there, y'all. I said,
Jeff gonna say it, baby.
Baby, I said, Lord, what is Big Jeff finna say? I got scared.
He don't hold his tongue.
Baby, I got scared.
And I hope Shannon and Yak can get out soon. If Huey can get that deal he got, everybody else ought to be able to get a deal. Like, come on. They wanted that man money to seize. When she said seize his property, I'm like, you care for you.
They want his money.
They want that money and everything that came out of that house. You care for you. I knew it. I'm like, they want assets. That's what they want.
Oh, Isis, you have to tell me all about it, child.
The RICO is about the assets. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, they wanted his property. Miss Shay, I'm gonna add Miss Sheila on. Okay. Okay, Miss Sheila. Hey, girl.
Girl. Okay. I don't know whether it was my phone or the stream, but
No, I think when you were up here, Miss Sheila, my laptop died, girl. I was back taking them that wine. Forgot I came back here to plug the laptop in. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Supposedly Jeffrey has 100 acres of land next to Tyler Perry or somewhere near Tyler Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they probably want that to build something on. But once again, Steele has said he has stood by Jeffrey for 10 years. He's going to stand in that civil case and he's going to argue. They don't have the rights to his property. He did nothing wrong.
Child,
Some of that stuff,
I got
some of that stuff was not even Jeffrey's. It was rented. These people have been asking the state to give us their stuff back, and the state refused. So they have a lawsuit against the state because they were refusing to give that property back.
I saw that. The lady, the property manager, I mean, not the property manager, the lawyer, she mentioned that too. She mentioned exactly what you're saying.
And I'm sitting up here like, she wanted Paige to say, yeah, take the property. Paige said, huh? I can't do that. Paige was like, wait a minute, huh?
She did.
And Steele said, that's a civil matter. Paige said, oh, okay. It's like whatever Love was saying. Then she was over there shaking her head. So Judge, they let you know she was doing theatrics the whole time in court while you was hiding behind your monitor.
Miss Sheila, Miss Love really did look like she was gonna stroke out today. I mean, I'm so happy Paige saw through their BS. I'm so happy she did, because it was very telling that they were gonna let the man walk today if he agreed to their special conditions.
Their special conditions of giving over all his property, don't rap about nothing, leave Atlanta. Hold on, wait a minute. This is how this man make his money. You want him to leave his kids?
Now,
but if I was him, I'll take my kids. We'll move to Utah. I'll take all 6 of them. Let's go to Utah.
Why? Listen, I said Idaho.
The Idaho quadruple murder. You want him up there with it?
No. Oh, you talking about that man who did that with the was it the college student?
The college kids, yeah.
He ain't got nothing to do with that. He need to build a farm. He need to build a little farm.
Look, you want him to build a farm like Dave Chappelle got in Ohio.
Yes, ma'am.
Just go out there and be by yourself.
Pop up on live and he's showing me out there milking the cows. Yeah. Go sit down. Like he takes.
But she forgot that Paige was gonna look at his past, and Jeffrey didn't have a past.
It's just all bad. It was all bad, but I think it was very evident that they wanted to fry this boy and make an example out of this man. He's not a boy, he's a man. It was very evident. There was nothing about justice. Nothing about justice. And Brian Steele even said if we would have taken this to trial, people are gonna claim ownership of the weapons that y'all found, the drugs y'all found, everything. But he doesn't want to wait.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, with 6 kids, you want to get home to your kids.
Agreed.
You grew up with a father. You want your kids to have one.
Yeah.
Jeffrey was the only one out of all of them, besides Quindarius and Lil Rod, that actually had a father that was present. Yeah. And that's it. And for them, I really want to believe that Gaither and Dennis headed out for him from the get. All them police officers headed out for Thug.
I agree. Brian Steele just said they've been going after this man for 15 years. Can y'all imagine?
But Mel, can you imagine you going to work every day as a supposedly gang expert, and this boy has a 9th grade education, out earning you?
Oh, you better clock it, because I didn't know that Thug only had a 9th grade education. But I will say that seems to be a theme with all of these young men throughout this case.
Except for here.
I didn't hear it. I'm going to have to go back and hear Paige, but I thought she gave him some sort of stipulation for education. I was screaming.
He has to do that free stuff for the kids, but he was already, and that was another thing. Funny took it to, I don't even know how to describe her, but somebody on TikTok, the woman and her husband went as Funny and Nathan Wade for Halloween. Don't ask me. They dressed just like them.
Now I ain't seen that one. Now I haven't seen that one.
Oh my, yes. But it's unbelievable that the police officers only use social media to try a case. This is how Lil Rod is finna come home in November. His case is finna be heard in November. Miss Sylvia says she might cover it. She might go up there every day to cover it or whatever. It's just amazing because they did release the one for, what's that other boy that was with him? Oh God, I can't. Blaylock.
Mm-hmm.
Blaylock's thing is available for you to read. His is not, because he was a minor.
Oh.
They have Mirandized him,
Mm.
He didn't have a parent present. He didn't have legal representation from the court present. Y'all questioned him, talked to him. Then y'all statements ain't even matching up. They supposedly, from what Kat read off, the little boy Miller or whatever his name was, that they wanted him on the stand. He wrote a letter that said Lil Rod didn't even do it.
I don't, after hearing testimony, I am not sure anyone knows who did it except who did it. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
the young lady saying, "Oh, I saw them." She didn't see them. So
She didn't.
the description, I don't think anyone knows who did it. Yes, Kiara, we'll do that. They want to do a live read of the appeal.
Yes, it's under Blaylock. Blaylock's is available because he was 17 at the time.
Okay, y'all. So we'll get that and we'll read it. Let me see. I'm gonna check in with Miss Sylvia real quick, but she didn't have nothing going on.
Yeah, she said she was gonna go off, and then when she get to the jail, she would go live again.
Okay, that's why I don't see anything.
Yeah, so it's just the fact that I don't know what they can use against but Yak is on YSL record label. Why wouldn't they even say that he had to work with Yak?
I wondered the same thing, and I'm wondering if they were saying, "Hey, let's take one step at a time." Now, what she did say was something about being around gang members and felons or something, unless it's necessary for him to do complete work. So maybe they said, "Listen, we ain't gonna say it right now. We'll deal with it when it happens." But I know they know who they playing with, so they got to stay on their P's and Q's.
And then another thing, the state didn't do no investigation to figure out this boy was living in LA for 3 years and he had just got back into the country when y'all arrested him.
Nope.
He had just got to the house. That stuff wasn't even none of his.
He said that, first of all, I'm trying to understand how Thug got 12 people living in the house. They said 12 people live with him. I said, Lord.
Baby, he doing it like he doing it like all the other races do it. Yeah, come live with me and get your money up, but then you got to go.
They said Brian still said 12 people lived in that house. So we need to make sure we make it clear that cocaine was not Thug's, okay? It was somebody else's, and he's just taking the charge for it so he can get out. Because I said, wait a minute.
And I'm gonna be honest. Why would I throw my sister or my brother under the bus? I'm right here. Let's just go and get it over with.
Especially we can work it out.
Ain't no sense to everybody being there. And then I like the fact that Paige did not put him on an ankle monitor and make him pay for it. She said, go on home. You won't need no ankle monitor.
He's not on house arrest. I missed that. I was
No. She didn't say anything. No, she did not give him any stipulations to house arrest.
No house arrest. So no ankle monitor either.
No ankle monitor, but he has to submit to drug and alcohol testing at any time.
I did hear that. I'm going to go back and watch it because
I want to see Love grab that purse, because y'all know I was in and out my kitchen. I did not see Love grab that purse. Hopefully it wasn't that orange purse again.
It probably was.
Baby, she spent $5,000 on that purse. She going to tote it every day she can.
Well, T-Live, the direct appeal is for his sentence. And I think if he's okay with his sentence, it's no need for him to really appeal it. But I'm not a lawyer, so we'll have to I have to ask Arian or someone to come on to or Kayla so that we can kind of understand that more. But she gave that information to everyone after their appeal. They have 30 days to appeal the plea that they've taken, is what I took that to mean.
Yeah, and the thing of it was, she explained it better. She explained it better than Glanville, because Glanville wasn't saying none. Paige goes into details because she wants everything to be known, everything on the record.
Yep, I agree. I think she is very what I will commend her for is I think she's seen the problems that have come up with other people's pleas. So she was very much trying to make sure everything was on the up and up when she handed out those pleas.
And I'm gonna tell you another thing. This morning when I looked, Shannon and Yak had no low process on that unaliving of Nut. So why would you bring Nut to hearing in that courtroom? They wanted them to say a impact statement, thinking that when they get to civil court, they can sue Thug for some money. Ain't none of them charges had to do with Thug.
Yeah, I saw that. Someone sent it to me yesterday, and for Thug and Shannon, both of the murder charges were nullo.
Right.
So
Right.
I
Only thing that
don't know.
Shannon had was the unaliving of drinks. And why would you give Nichols freedom, but you wouldn't give it to Shannon if they were together that night? Make it make
But
sense.
because she said Shannon, if she don't think it came from, I think she had to explain away. They don't know who did it. And
They don't.
someone said in a comment, like, you can't see a gun go off or anything. I could be quoting it wrong, but that's what they were basically trying to say. I don't remember the wording they used. But anyway, she said there were 2 cars. They don't think it came from his car. It had to come from Shannon's car. So it's all up in the air. I can't wait to see what evidence they're going to use because I don't think they have anything.
No, they don't. They don't even have the video. All they have is them running the light, and there was no ballistics on the driver's side of Shannon's car, so Shannon couldn't have fired.
I can't wait to see what they have, but
Drinks
I'm
auntie
praying for those
confirmed
boys.
that.
I hope they walk out.
Drinks auntie confirmed that. She said there was no ballistics that linked Nichols or Shannon. She said, I just want the right person, and the state is going about it wrong. They're using the RICO to try to convict the wrongly people that didn't have anything to do with anything.
Well, y'all said it. They said the auntie said something. Hey, Angel, I pulled you up, Angel.
Hey, Angel.
Hi.
Okay, we had stopped because Thug's daddy came out, girl. Okay, you
His daddy need to get back on live. Don't tell us you was getting extorted and then say, I'll tell y'all later. I hate when people do that.
He did, Angel, but I think they cut him off. I think we don't know where this about to go.
If he wanted that camera time, don't tell me Fonny done took money from you too. Cause y'all know Ashley looking for where the money going.
Go back and watch some of Miss Sylvia's live. She do lives when Big Jeff have his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he is so hilarious. He tells it like it is. He don't hold nothing back.
Atlanta daddies are different. Okay, these Atlanta daddies are different. You have to send. I forgot the name. You have to send it to my inbox because I stopped the tags. But you can send it to my inbox. Feds not coming. No amend to YSL is a game. I don't think the last couple people that have played, no one has had to admit that YSL is a game.
Because it's not a gang. I think what's getting me is it's just a bunch of people that grew up together and one of them made it big, and so everybody just followed Thug, but instead of changing their life, they didn't. They still had one foot in the hood.
Yeah.
But still wanted, and that's how, I feel so bad that Thug got cut up, and your mama always tell you, them not your friends, because your friends will never put you in a situation to lose everything you work for.
If
And
anything, they're gonna protect you because you're the person that's making it happen for everybody.
It sucks, but he really should have cut everybody off. You only got one time for me to tell you, hey, don't do that. And if you keep doing it, I'm sorry, I love you to death, but you can't come around me. That's what he should have did, and he didn't. He wanted to keep his friends around, and luckily he didn't lose everything.
Yeah,
and he's not gonna lose everything because he is a rapper, so it's gonna be easier for him to overcome this. But he went in with no felonies and came out with what, 4 or 5?
I don't know how many, but he's definitely a felon.
Goddamn. I know it was 5 felonies. I was like, I feel so bad. And he was one person that he didn't do anything.
I think you have a group of friends who everybody kind of doing their own thing. I might know what you're doing. I don't condone it. I ain't stopping it, but I'm not involved in everything that you have going on. I think that's what we have here. And I unfortunately, they had a theory that they really wanted to push. And even no matter how successful he got, he still wants to be around his friends, he still want to be around his people. And ultimately it hurt him. So I just pray that now that he's out, he will definitely change his surroundings and the people around him, because he is an inspiration to a lot of people. And I think, he see that now, nothing like sitting down, trying to, when you have to sit down, it makes you think about a lot. Jaleesa
When
said, I
God,
love his
when
voice.
God sits you down, he gonna
Yep.
sit you
Sit you
down, and
down,
he
and maybe he
sat him
needed to do
down.
that. That's right, y'all. I really love Lil Rod's voice. Lil Rod, it took me all day. I figured out his Gucci. He sounds like Gucci to me. I did. I love Lil Rod's voice. All of them Nichols, they all sound so Atlanta. I said, okay. I love their
But
voices.
I like the fact that she let him keep his passport, so no matter what, he gets to travel
I
the
mean, that
world.
was, in my
Everybody else has to
opinion,
turn over their passports.
Oh yeah, Blackbird. Yes, she just made he or she just made a great point, because they said if he does the 3 years, they will do something with his probation. Like 3 years with no problems. They said that Georgia just passed a law where they can suspend the probation after 3 years. They'll just do the right thing.
I
And if
think he'll be
people
straight.
hate you like this, because I'm sorry, I think Miss Love, we laugh at a joke about that burned book. Jeffrey Williams is page number 1 now for Funny and Miss Love.
Baby, if he page number 1, his daddy got to be the cover and the back. My fault. Big Jeff is the cover, Big A is the back, and
Big
everybody
A
else
the back.
filling in
Big A
between.
let me tell you, Big A probably has 2 pages after that song he was singing. Probably, yeah. I'm scared for him to come here once a year. I want him to be in and out. And I mean, and Brian still made a great point. We can want a lot of things, but ultimately, after they've done their job, it's up to him. He's going to have to make changes, because he has a 20-year sentence hanging over him if he does not. So, yeah.
And I hate to be petty, but I really wanted to know what Nut family wanted to say, because what do you want to say to Jeffrey?
Well, they bought in. Ultimately, I feel like they must have bought into the state's theory that Thug is the cause of all of this.
But it's no, I guess for me, they're not stupid. And I know the streets know what happened. So, he didn't have nothing to do with this. Like,
I'm gonna
why
say
did
this,
you
and I'm gonna
want to
get off.
speak?
They know he didn't have nothing to do with it, but now they looking at the financial side of, I might be able to get millions of dollars out of him to sustain my lifestyle. They know that none of their kids was on the up and up. Shell Kill has already gotten justice for Nut. It was street justice, but he got justice. It's all about the dollars for them now.
Did they? Who?
Baby, Shell Kill was running them streets raggedy with Woody and Threat. They were terrorizing everybody. This is how this whole thing got started, because of those 3 and whoever else was Shell Kill's friend. This is how all this beef and shootings and everything got started.
Yeah,
That's what
but
it
I
seemed
don't.
like from that PowerPoint, the PowerPoint we read. It really did seem like that from the PowerPoint, that those 2 were at the epicenter of everything. And it just kind of, just lost control.
And Woody walked away untouched. Not now, probation. Nothing.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is why I always say I feel like God does everything for a reason, because I don't want to really get into everybody like that. I feel like God does things for a reason. And I hope that every person involved in this case, plea deal, jail time, whether you were never charged, I hope they learned a lesson in the criminal justice system, and how they literally can bend the rules to work for them. We
I hope the
witnessed it every
citizens
day.
of Fulton County, I'm in Texas, so I really, really hope they looked at this trial and go to the polls. Not not this time. Like, go to the polls. But she's not the answer. So I really wish a better Democratic candidate comes up,
They
because
don't have
Fonny
one.
gotta go.
They don't have one, and I think Fun is leading the polls.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
I'm
for the
gonna tell y'all
coming
this.
years. I mean,
Ultimately,
for the coming
y'all, I
years.
think
So.
Bunny's downfall is not going to be voting. It's going to be those records requests. She might end up in her own RICO.
Hopefully, Ashley, you got one job.
She may end up in her own RICO. Honestly, if you've been following that open records request, and it may not end well for her. So karma's karma. I mean, you can't go out and do wrong. And again, I'm not by no means saying these young men aren't guilty for something, right? It's just how they went about it. But she got her own stuff that she's got to worry about. She's got her own stuff that she's got to worry about. And Ashley just had a big win in that open records request. So yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let y'all down so I can let
Okay, one more thing. Ashley
Yes, ma'am.
is Ashley is YSL Barbie. And you see how Duke never took the stand. He wasn't never coming.
No. After Brian Steele saying what he was saying about Duke, I think they didn't want that man on the stand.
They did. I'm gonna drop down. Y'all have a good one.
Nyla, I don't know why she went so hard on Moontung. I wish I knew. I don't know why. Because Moontung genuinely looked like he was trying to do the right thing on that stand. I don't know. I don't know why. I can't answer that one, friend. I wish I could. Hey, Meat. Is this Meat Mai?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm here in Atlanta, but I'm not down there with everybody. I ain't going nowhere. Listen.
Friend, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not. It's Halloween night anyway. But I just want to say thank you for taking your time out to bring light to this.
Girl, I had fun. Thank y'all for being here. Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hold up. Watch my sister say something crazy. What's up? Yeah, I'm on my live, and I knew that's why you called me. I said, let me see what my sister said.
Girl, look, they said, Kayla was like, Thug free. I said, oh, hell no, ain't no more free Thug. You some free Thug, bitch.
Oh. Yeah, my sister from North Memphis. Don't mind my sister. Don't mind my sister. Yes, ma'am. We on YouTube live. Huh? We gonna get us a box, baby. We gonna get a box. We gonna get a box at the show.
She's at the party.
Oh, that's right.
We gonna get a.
When you get out the line, I just want to call and say that. I said, girl, now she ain't tell me Thug was free.
Babe, I've been on live since it happened. We've been on live. We done took shots at everything.
I know that's right, girl. I said, let me call my sister. No, she going to the party.
Bye. Yeah, my sister, she asks me every time there's a mistrial. My little sister calls me. Yeah, my little sister, she's more country than me. Who is that talking about? Is that Gret? How you know my sister? Who is that? Wait, hold up. It's probably one of her friends, but I can't see the picture. But yeah, that's my little sister. Y'all, Mariah called me early when I was near tears. I said, babe, I got to call you back. I can't talk right now. I got to call you back.
You know what was the craziest part of it all is I want to know where they bought the audacity to think that Paige was going to allow them to propose probation and then go back and then say they want 45 years. Why they thought that was going to work?
Your guess not good as mine.
Because why would y'all even tell them? Why would y'all show y'all hand just to put it back?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you saw, I think it was Thugger Daily. He showed all of the possible sentences. I mean, deals that were willing to offer nickels.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it.
They started off real big, and then they just dwindled down. But with Thug, you have to think about this. Thug is there. What they say in the chat, y'all?
He was like the mastermind behind
it. Fish. Thug was the big fish. Mm-hmm. He was the big fish. So he was the big fish for them. And I think once they didn't get the deal they wanted, and Brian Steele said whatever this deal was, y'all, it was probably gonna stop that man from making money.
And you know,
I think money. It was gonna stop him from traveling. It was
I think so. Yeah,
him down.
They wanted him to get up there, and I think they probably even wanted him to go up there and flip on the last two standing. so they can have a case some kind of way. But I really think Shannon and Yak don't have nothing to worry about, because one thing about the state, they're gonna beat themselves every time.
They're gonna mess up again.
They're gonna mess up again. Just have patience. They're going to mess up again. And the money if you live in Atlanta, well, the metro area, the money is running thin, baby.
I heard it's running thin. Somebody did the math, y'all. They said it costs $5,000 a day to be in their courtroom.
You heard what Thug told those sheriffs. Y'all making extra money, but I know y'all tired of us. I know y'all tired of doing this. I know y'all are. Them folks getting up early in the morning, transporting them, packing that nasty food. Come on, don't nobody want to do their job for 154 days.
You better speak.
That's a lot of time and dedication to do that over and over and over.
Yeah, that's my little sister.
She's somebody. Ain't no more free throw. It's some free throw. Right. We gonna put up.
Listen, my little sister done got in the chat. No, 7. Where did you send the 7? I was looking for it. I haven't seen it. Hold on, Gret. Somebody just was in the comments, Gret. They said, is that Gret? I said, hold on, who is this? No, my little sister. They said they watch your TikTok. My little sister is almost at 100,000 on TikTok. I love to say my little sister been building her page brick by brick by brick, y'all. She does really great content, especially if you have children. Y'all will love her. Now I'm gonna tell y'all now. I raised her right, but she does curse a lot on that TikTok.
Oh, that's my type of TikTok. Drop your name.
God.
Drop your name in your TikTok.
Y'all, my sister, y'all, I try to work with her, y'all. She cuss all day. Greg, put your TikTok in here. I think she watching y'all. Not y'all want to hear this girl cuss.
Mm-hmm.
She does really great content though for kids. But y'all, she be out of pocket. I told her stop that cursing, but it looked like it works for her people. So I be telling her I let her slide because they don't mind her saying MF all the time because that's her favorite cuss word, y'all. I know that's right, Greg. I know that's right. But y'all, she do be cussing, so don't be coming on here talking about, Mel, your sister be cursing so much. 7, I check Instagram. I'm sorry about that.
Last question I'm gonna drop down. Do you think they taking him back to Fulton County or back to Cobb County? Because
I don't know. Friend, I thought the man was walking out today.
Oh no, you can't do that, Mel. You got to go back.
Well, I know, friend. I'm new to this. I did not know.
Oh no, I know people who've been in that process, but you definitely got to go back through. Got to go back. They have to basically release you. They love me cursing. Hold on,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Mel, you always say there's a tribe to be found if you push your content. Listen, and my little sister's tribe, they don't mind because when she be on there, y'all, she say that MF word and the F word a whole lot on that TikTok over there, y'all.
So you don't cuss. You don't really cuss. Well, I never really see you cuss. You say
I cursed. I say, but let me tell you, I have a thing about now. If I'm upset, I'll say the MF word, right? I have a rule. If I mess up and say the F word to my kids, or like I will, I feel so bad, I cry. I try not to say that. But my little sister, she is from 7th Street. Okay. I don't know if y'all know where that is in Memphis. She's from 7th Street. I don't know if that's how she learned how to cuss so good or what. But y'all, she cuss real good. Okay. They said, wait a minute, they said Thug release. That was quick.
I mean, he just going up. It's up the street to Cobb County. It's in real life. It probably took you know what? Before I get off for real, I'm so happy that it, like you said, everything happened for a reason, because I'm glad all of them was grouped together, because they really got a better outcome than what they would have got if they was by themselves. Because Thug being on this case with them brought a lot of attention and eyes to this case.
Oh, well, I think that's what Brian Steele meant. That's what he meant when he said it's because of all of you, because there's so many eyes on this case. I think that helped put the pressure on them.
Oh, for sure. And not really. And Glanville would have never been dismissed.
Oh no, and Thug knows it.
Yeah, and I was crying. I ain't not gonna lie. I was crying when he had said, "This is the most fairest I have ever got," and I was like, "Oh my God, that is so sad."
Y'all look at my sister talking about she said that money make it move faster. I know that's right. They said he already been released on. I got Miss Sylvia pulled up too. I got Miss Sylvia pulled up too, y'all, so that we can.
I'm gonna drop 9, man, if we can bring somebody else
Thank
up.
you, girl. Listen, so that means when I come back home, you know, we was gonna do a yoga meetup or something. So I'm gonna make sure I see you there.
Oh, for sure. Make sure you put.
Yeah, we're gonna do a meetup.
out.
I have to. We got to do a meetup. We're gonna do a meetup, y'all.
Moon Toot says y'all will meet up at 656. Now, listen, you gonna have to get on Moon Toot.
They got y'all.
Y'all,
Moon
video
Toot
call you.
He's gonna be the first man outside of family. I'm gonna put some money on his books. That's gonna be the
and
first.
You gotta do video call with Moon Toot. You gotta get on his book.
I write him a letter too.
Oh, God.
I really hate that happen. I love Moon Toot, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay, friend.
Bye, girl.
Bye. Did I add Miss J up here? Hey, Miss J. Oh, okay. Thank you, Flex Tucky. It says release, but he still has to get processed. And thank you guys for really informing me about this part of the process. I'm not too hold on, let me pull Miss Sylvia up. Baby, I know Miss Sylvia in that car, baby. They burned, baby. She probably burning rubber. Let me pull her up. Barchi, don't look at me. You've been doing all of that barking today. Don't look over here, girl. Let me see if she live. Hold on, guys. Okay, she's not live right now. At least I don't see her live. Purple Paradox. I'm okay, y'all. Did anybody else? She's live on TikTok. I don't know if my TikTok works on here. Let's see. Baby, y'all, look, T.I. just told Thug, welcome home, little. Let me read it like Miss Love. Welcome home, little brother. It's been too long. Time to get back to it. Can I say something, y'all? Why the hell did Miss Love read all them damn lyrics into the record? Why would she do that? I know it wasn't a laughing matter, but let me tell you, that was pure comedy. And I'm going to tell you this. Once we get Thug free and everything, y'all some fools if you think I ain't going to watch it again. Y'all are crazy if you think I'm not going to watch it again. Let me go to Miss Sylvia page. Okay. Let me see if I don't know. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. That had to be the highlight of my life. Not my life. I'm sorry, my day. Hearing Miss Love do that. Y'all, let me see if I can see Miss Sylvia. I'm going to see if I can pull up my TikTok. She's live outside the jail. If I can pull up her live, y'all, we're going to watch it on here. Yeah, I'm going to watch that. Let me tell you something. Miss Love, that's probably the worst shit she's ever done in that courtroom. Read those lyrics out loud like that. She not Brian still saying, hold up. Yeah, I'm trying to let me log in. Not her out there. Send the code. Not that lady reading that mess in that courtroom. Baby, she was wrong for that. Okay. Let me get on. I can't see y'all comments. Y'all, I'm trying to log in on TikTok. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. But baby said they released him, left out the back. They have to clear the area and go home. Oh, damn. I know that's right, Thug. Thug said he don't even want to see people. Hold on. Yeah, they say he gone. I ain't mad at him, baby. Just go live, Thug. I know Thug did leave through the back door. Here's the thing, y'all. If you were Thug, what would y'all do today? Get me out of here. That man, he barely escaped Fulton County. Get me out of here. I ain't mad at him. If I was Thug, I'd be gone somewhere too. Do you hear me, Key? Get me out of here. I'm not mad at him. Baby, I'm not mad at him. He gone home. Y'all, I'm about to get off this live then. I thought Thug was gonna be here. Be on here. I was gonna stay on so I could see y'all. Y'all, it has been my pleasure witnessing this with y'all today. It's been my pleasure. This been a long time coming, but I'm gonna tell y'all this. I need to go sit in some quiet for a while. And when I get through, I'm gonna have to talk about Miss Love. Y'all know I don't really post clips, but I'm gonna post some clips of Miss Love reciting those lyrics because that's just too good not to share. If we see something, y'all, too pretty. If I see something with Thug, I'm coming back. We still got this case. We are back Monday, y'all. We are back Monday. This case is not done, and we're gonna be doing dirt. If Fulio has people in trial, we're gonna do that trial too. I'm really interested to see how they plead or what's gonna happen in Fulio, considering they were on camera on in the hotel lobby and across the street. So yeah. So y'all know when I get off this phone, y'all, I got to get my clips ready because Miss Love knows she was wrong as hell for reading them lyrics, baby. But I ain't mad at her because it was pure comedy. Pure comedy. Okay? Monday is gonna be interesting. But y'all, if Thug does a conference or something, I will come up. Oh, it's Dirk has a federal charge, y'all. Oh my God. So if Dirk has a federal charge, there are no cameras. So we'll just probably have to recap at the end of the day. But we'll work it out. But y'all, Thug is free, and it's good. Let's just hope he stay out. But yeah, we'll just recap if that's it. But let me get these clips of love together. Bye, y'all. See y'all later. Y'all, I'm not still live. I just didn't know I didn't stop the stream, y'all. I didn't know I didn't stop the stream. Somebody just come in on my TikTok and said, Mel, you still live. I've been in here. I told you I have to like decompress after I get off live. So I was just sitting in the bed, like just trying to get my mind together. But y'all, I'm finna go for real, y'all. Bye, y'all.